Testing, testing. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Looks like we have a good crowd. We have certainly a fun-filled agenda in front of us. But welcome to the November, 13th meeting of the Mineland Reclamation Board. And with that, I would ask, maybe we don't have either of our directors here today, but Russ Means, I'm told, will share some pearls of words of pearl with us this morning. Get us going.
Figure out how to turn it on. Good morning. This is Russ Means for the division. First of all, Jenny, Director Brandon can't be here this morning. She's not feeling well. It's the first time she's missed a board meeting in almost 5 years. So our well wishes and stuff to Jenny. Don't have anything for the executive report, obviously, because just filling in. The only thing that I wanted to let the board know, or we wanted to let the board know, is next Friday at the CSSGA awards banquet, we'll be actually awarding 3 reclamation awards. This year, just by chance and coincidence, they actually go to 3 counties. We have Kit Carson County actually reclaimed 14 of their sites in the last 4 years and had those released with over 136 acres reclaimed. Yuma County was working with NRCS and implementing some new reclamation procedures and stuff, which was really, really nice. And we're going to recognize them for that. And our big one actually is goes to Summit County and the town of Breckenridge. They have the Swan River a restoration project. It was a great collaboration between the Forest Service, Parks and Wildlife, the Water Conservation Board, the Public Health Department, actually the EPA, ourselves, along with the Blue River Watershed Group and the Colorado Trout Unlimited, and a lot of other organizations. Because of the agenda today, we won't be making a presentation, but in December, we'll be staff will be showing you some of the pictures and photos and stuff of those projects in that. But that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from any of the board members? Okay, we'll move along then. We need, anybody have any problems with the minutes provided in your packet? I'd entertain a motion to approve October's minutes.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the October minutes have been approved. I need to also have approval of the continuances and withdrawals. And as you know, number 10 on your agenda has been withdrawn. So I'd like to have a motion to approve the continuances and withdrawals.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, continuances and withdrawals have been approved. Okay, moving to number 5 on your agenda, board action, a coal rulemaking package.
I'm Janet Binns with Division with the Coal Program. And pursuant to Rule 106 of the regulation of the Mineland Reclamation Board for coal mining, Coal Program is formally petitioning the board to initiate rulemaking. Proposed rule changes are contained in the program's formal program amendment to the Office of Surface Mining and Enforcement. It's CO 040FOR and are the culmination of 8.5 years 8.5-year process. The division coal program submitted the formal program amendment to the Office of Surface Mining in April of 2011. This formal program amendment request was a result of OSMRE's notifications to the DRMS of deficiencies of our regulation of the Mineland Reclamation Board for coal mining. So these were 732 letters that OSM sent us identifying deficiencies in our regulations. Public comments regarding the proposed program amendments were solicited from stakeholders including other government agencies, mine operators, environmental groups, and mining organizations on December 21st, 2010. And a public meeting was held on February 8th, 2011, allowing stakeholders to comment on the proposed program amendment. Public comments were taken into consideration, and after numerous rounds of review comments from OSMRE, the RMS submitted the revised formal program amendment on October 1st, 2014. Between our submittal in 2014 and now, OSMRE's regional office reviewed them, required minor typographical and formatting edits. OSM headquarters reviewed, OSM solicitors reviewed, and the formal program amendment. On March 20th of this year, 2019, OSM notified DRMS that headquarters was signing the Federal Register final rule notice, and the Colorado formal amendment would be forwarded to the Executive Secretary for review. The Colorado formal amendment package was approved by OSMRE and published in the Federal Register on August 29th, 2019. The formal amendment package became effective on October 3rd, 2019. So with the federal approval of the formal amendment package, CO 040FOR, the RMS will initiate Colorado rulemaking process. The RMS is requesting the Mineland Reclamation Board to initiate proceedings for rulemaking pursuant to Rule 106. If this petition is approved, a notice will be published in the Colorado Register in early December 2019. Following further outreach, a formal public hearing regarding the proposed rule changes will be held in early 2020.
Jim Stark for the division. I just wanted to give you a little more background. I mean, this is different than the minerals rulemaking process. It's markedly different. We're a federally delegated program, so our act and our rules must be as strict or more strict than the federal SMACRA and the rules. So basically, the Colorado Surface Mining Reclamation Act and the Colorado rules mirror the federal program's rules. So they sent, if there's any deficiencies, they send out what Janet referred to as 732 letters. That's section 732 in SMACRA, saying that your program has a deficiency, you're not as strict as the federal rules. So the feds, OSMRE, they must approve all of the rule package first. And that's that 8.5-year process, which is brutally long. So there's some back and forth. And then, like Jan said, the 5 years was OSM's internal review to ensure that everything met SMACRA. So now that that's done, the OSM has kind of signed off on this rule package. Everything meets the federal rules. So now we have to initiate the state rulemaking. So it's a little different where we're not coming to the board on the front end. We really come on the back end of the process. So we're basically asking to open the rulemaking process for this amendment. If there are any questions?
No questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
I move that we initiate a proceeding for the amendment of the coal rules under the act.
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Your amendment's approved. Thank you very much. Okay, we're at word action number 6, which is Rudy Fontaneri. All those, good morning.
This is Scott
All
Schultz. on
those,
behalf of- I don't see anyone here, Mr. Singletary, on behalf of.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. All those are that intend to testify on this matter, please stand and be sworn. You swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
You're a little shaky. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I'll just inform the board that we received a motion in this case about 4:30 last night, asking for all the motions to be heard at today's hearing. So that's the last I've heard from Mr. Fontenari's counsel. But division's ready to proceed, but I don't think it makes any sense.
Just
Give
would you give us like a 2-minute summary of where we are and just so we got it on the record?
I'd prefer just to wait a little bit, given kind of their allegations of due process
All right, I
violations.
understand that.
It's appropriate.
Should we put this back on the agenda and see if they show up here?
It's fine by me.
Or so?
I'll be here.
Okay.
Well, let's do that. We'll reserve their right to reinsert them on the agenda if they do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and since they were part of the number 7 position on our agenda, we go to the enforcement hearing, Gary Gardner. Max Gravel LLC.
All right.
Is there anyone here regarding this matter besides staff? Okay, you swear to tell the truth? Thank you.
Morning. Brock Bowles with Division. Here. Screen. Brock Bowles with the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. We're here for hearing about the DeLagey Pit number 1 for consideration of violation, civil penalty, and cease and desist order, corrective actions, permit revocation, and finding the financial warranty subject to forfeiture for failure to submit the 2019 annual report, map, and fee. Chronology for this case, the anniversary date for this permit is August 2nd, 2019. The 60-day deadline was October 1st, 2019. We sent the NOV letter October 9th. Certified mail received by the operator was returned to us on October 16th. A little bit of history of this permit, that in February 2015, the board order revoked the permit for failure to submit the annual fee for the 2013 and 2014. In May of 2015, the board ordered to reinstate the permit. August 2017, the board again ordered to revoke the permit for failure to submit the 2015 and 2016 annual fee. Just in February of this year, the board reinstated the permit. As of October 2019, we had to send another NOV letter for failure to submit the 2018 or the 2019 annual fee. So the operator was found to be in violation pursuant to CRS 34.32.5.116.3A and B by not submitting the required annual fee, map, and report by the August 2nd anniversary date. Pursuant to 34.32.5.124.6A, upon determination after hearing that a violation of permit provision has occurred, the board may suspend, modify, or revoke such permit. According to CRS 34.32.5.118.1B, a financial warranty is subject to forfeiture when the board determines that the operator is in default under a performance warranty and has failed to cure such default, although the operator has been given written notice and has ample time to do so. Failure to file an annual report and pay the annual fee constitutes a default under the operator's performance warranty. The DeLagey Pit has been notified. The mailing, we sent a certified mail of the notice violation for the violation MV 2019-024 to the operator on October 9th, 2019, which provided 30 days notice of this hearing. So as a staff, we recommend the affirmation to affirm the violation MV 2019-024 for failing to submit the required annual reports, maps, and fees for the 2019 in accordance with CRS 34.32.5.116, parent 3, A and B. Also to affirm the cease and desist order by staff on October 9th, 2019. Affirm the civil penalty of $323 issued by staff on October 9th, 2019. And order that permit number M2005023 be revoked. Pursuant to CRS 34-32-5-118-2, direct staff to notify the operator and all financial warrantors that the financial warranty is subject to forfeiture and of its right to appear at a hearing to consider whether the financial warranty for the permit should be fortified.
Questions?
I have a question. Have you spoken with this operator?
I have not. I've attempted to contact them on multiple occasions. I've 2 phone calls and an additional email have been sent to them.
Okay, thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board? Any discussion?
I'll make a motion.
That'd be good.
Okay. I move that we affirm violation number MV-2019-024 for failing to submit the required annual reports, maps, and fees for 2019 in accordance with CRS 34-32.5-116, parent 3, parent A, and parent B. That we affirm the cease and desist order issued by staff on October 9, 2019. Affirm the civil penalty of $323 issued by staff on October 9, 2019. Order that permit number M-2005-023 be revoked. Pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-118, parent 2, direct staff to notify the operator and all financial warrantors that the financial warranty is subject to forfeiture and of its right to appear at a hearing to consider whether the financial warranty for the permit should be forfeited.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. It's accepted. Thank you. Okay, number 9, Cal Kelly Trucking, Inc. enforcement hearing. Are there any members of the Kelly issue intend to testify? Please stand and be sworn. You swear to tell the truth? Thank you.
Jeff Hewitt from the Attorney General's office here on behalf of division staff. Before we get into the merits of this argument, Colin Walker is here representing Kelly Trucking. He just had a few introductory requests to the board, so I'm going to pass the table over to him initially.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I've never appeared before you, so I just wanted to raise a couple of procedural matters, make sure I know your procedures and fulfilling your expectations.
Did you get his name all right? Okay.
So I have a number of witnesses, as you can see, and I intended to conduct a cross-examination, to direct examine them and as opposed to just allowing them to speak. Is that okay? Okay.
Looks like
And then I assume it's okay if I cross-examine what I understand to be this one witness of the division.
I think you can handle it.
And then I'd like I don't know if it's your normal procedure, but I'd like about 10 minutes to sum up and to make a couple legal arguments. I know you're busy today. I promise it won't take more than 10 minutes. I'd like that opportunity.
Okay, as long as we kind of stay on that timeline.
Yes, sir. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Brock Bowles with the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety again. We're here today in regards to what we're calling right now the Kelly Trucking Borrow Pit with assigned number M2019053 for the enforcement action of failure to first obtain a reclamation permit from the Mineland Reclamation Board before engaging in a new mining operation. The site is in Adams County, which you can see on the map as the red star. A little bit closer, zoomed in of the map here, you can see that it's about 2 miles southeast of Denver International Airport. So on September 23rd, 2019, representatives from Adams County notified the division about a possible unpermitted mining operation at approximately 6200 Watkins Road in Watkins, Colorado. At that time, I contacted Kelly Trucking and set up an appointment for an inspection, which was conducted at 9 a.m. on October 4th, 2019. On October 10th, I mailed the inspection report and an RTB letter to the operator, scheduling the matter for this board meeting of November 13th. So actually, when I showed up for the inspection, some of the observations just at the site. Kelly Trucking does own the land that this operation is on. The disturbance at the time of the inspection was 21.8 acres. 80,000 cubic yards have already been removed from the site. They were expected to remove an additional 20,000 cubic yards for a total of 100,000 cubic yards. The material had been being removed since July of 2019 and was expected to go through October of 2019. While I was there at the inspection, approximately 30 to 40 haul trucks were loaded during about a 90-minute inspection. Kelly Trucking was also maintaining the County Road 24, which leads north out of the site, and County Road East 72nd Avenue, which leads to the east. And then they turned onto a Bowden Road, which was a paved road that didn't need maintaining. At the pit, or at the borrow pit, the equipment on site, they had 1 bulldozer, 3 excavators, 2 scrapers, 1 road grader, 1 water truck, and 1 field tanker. This picture is just a Google Earth image with the GPS data that I overlaid. So the black border that you see is actually the property boundary that is owned by Kelly Trucking. The red line is the disturbance that was GPSed in, and that's how I got the 21.8 acres. And the little yellow section in the middle, that's the topsoil salvage pile. That they actually did salvage some topsoil for this project. Here's one overview of the site. This is on the southern half of the disturbance. You can see just the scale of the disturbance there. The next photo is a zoomed in version, just a little bit more detailed of this, just to show you that in this picture, you can see the 3 excavators. Road grader in there is a little hard to see, but there's actually 5 haul trucks in this picture, 2 scrapers, and all the way over to the far right is the bulldozer. Here is the bulldozer on the northwest part of the disturbance. They're making a catchment basin there. You can see they also had up erosion control fences, which is not exactly on the property boundary, but it's very close. Here's a picture of the catchment basin that they put in. It's, the rock line spillway. You can see that the vehicle tracks over the top of it, perpendicular to the embankment, which is good for erosion control. So I'm demonstrating here that they're quite aware of like good reclamation practices. The next photo is of the actual excavator at the loading the vehicles. You can see in this photo that they've scraped away the vegetation, but it doesn't look like they've salvaged topsoil in this area. Next to the bucket there, you also notice, a little hard to see in the picture, but there's a berm. It looks like what I would call an M-shaw berm, protecting vehicles from going over the side of the high wall there. And last photo is the water truck. They were actually maintaining the roads in the pit area as well as the gravel county roads leading away from the pit. So just in conclusion, just looking at the site, I would say that they were doing very good reclamation out there. It was what we would consider very good mining practices, a lot of erosion control, sediment, good practices, dust control, all those things. And I would argue that's a very good mining operation. So the definitions of a mining operation is the development or extraction of a construction material from its natural occurrences on affected land. Construction material, including, is defined by rock, clay, silt, sand, gravel, limestone, dimension stone, marble, or shale extracted for use in the production of non-metallic construction products. Affected land, the surface of an area within the state where a mining operation is being or will be conducted, which surface is disturbed as a result of an operation. Affected lands include land excavations. So the division's recommendations: find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32-5-109, parent 1, for failure to first obtain a reclamation permit from the MLRB before engaging in a new mining operation. Pursuant to CRS 34-32-5-123-1, issue an immediate cease and desist order prohibiting any further mining activities, except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to prevent damage to off-site areas or to prevent public health and safety until corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. The operator shall file a complete 112 reclamation permit application as appropriate within 90 days of the effective date of the board order and obtain approval from the application within statutory guidelines. Forgot a slide. A civil penalty pursuant to 34-32-5-123-2, an operator who operates without a permit shall be subject to a civil penalty not less than $1,000 per day, nor no more than $5,000 a day for each day the land has been affected, not to exceed 365 days. Pursuant to CRS 34-32-5-123-4, the board shall also assess a civil penalty in the amount not less than the amount necessary to cover costs incurred by the division in investigating the alleged violation. In this manner, the board could find 34 days of violation from the October 10th RTB to the November 13th board hearing, resulting in a range of civil penalty not less than $34,000 and not more than $170,000. The division spent 15 hours investigating the alleged violation, resulting in a total of $849.60 at $56.64 per hour. Oh, I'm falling behind my slides. So pursuant to CRS 34-32-5-123-2, find the operator in violation of 34 days and assess a civil penalty of $1,000 per day for a total civil penalty of $34,000. In addition, assess a civil penalty to cover the cost incurred by the division in investigating the violation at a rate of $56.64 per hour for 15 hours for a penalty of $849.60. Assess a total civil penalty of $34,849.60, with all but $5,849.60 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. The portion of the civil penalty not suspended, $5,849, shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order. If the operator does not comply with the corrective actions, the portion of the civil penalty suspended, the other $29,000, shall be due and payable. Failure to submit any due and unpaid civil penalties shall result in immediate submittal of such penalties to state collections. And I'm so far behind the slides.
Again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. just to summarize some of Brock's testimony and also to give a little bit of kind of background to the process that we're involved with here. These is it mining or illegal mining operations are some of the more difficult kind of factual cases that the board hears. I know staff, as they review these, they struggle with whether or not they should assert jurisdiction over operations. What they use is the Is It Mining questionnaire. And if some of the board members recall, many, many years ago, the board delegated this review to staff to essentially kind of make the initial review and recommendation to the board as to whether or not a particular operation constitutes a mining operation subject to a reclamation permitting requirement. That questionnaire process didn't happen here, but when the division does review these matters to assess whether or not a permit is required, they still go through the same checklist. In that questionnaire, the criteria that the division is looking at are things such as amount of material. Is the material being hauled off site? What's the ultimate end purpose of that material? Is there compensation for that material leaving the site? What's the affected land, or kind of how expansive is this operation? Is the property going to be reclaimed? Is there any reclamation plan in place, or are there any other permits in place that help control some of the aspects of an operation that the board and division are most concerned with? Erosion from dust, from water, other things. Is there a potential water impact? All of these things typically are unknown to the division when they go out and inspect a site based on a citizen's complaint process. In this particular matter, the complaint came from Adams County. The county contacted the division, expressed some concerns about the extent of the operation. The division went out and inspected. And as you see from the pictures, this is not a small operation. This isn't a property owner, moving some rock or soil, dirt around their property, or just moving it off site. This isn't somebody building a basement and have some excess material. This was a 22-acre mining operation with very large equipment. As Brock testified, in the short time he was there for the inspection, upwards of 30 trucks were loaded and left the site with material. Ultimately, 100,000 cubic yards of borrow material was leaving the site. This checks off a significant number of the criteria when the division assesses for an Is It Mining questionnaire. And that's why they determined that this constituted an illegal mining operation and pursued the violation here. This also fits the legal definition of a mining operation. This is borrowed material. It's dirt. It's excess soil. It's used, to grade or level property for further development. The division permits these. And you may hear some arguments today that it's just dirt, it's just fill, it's not a construction material. It is a construction material. It fits the definition under the Act. And the board division have a history of permitting this exact type of construction material. So it fits the legal definition of a construction material. It fits the legal definition of a mining operation. And that's why the division is pursuing violation in this matter. Are there any questions of division at this point?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. Colin Walker, Fairfield and Woods, on behalf of Kelly Trucking. Mr. Bowles, your conclusion that Kelly Trucking had needed a reclamation permit before performing this work was based in part on the definition of mining operation, correct? And that definition is that a mining operation means development or extraction of construction material from its natural occurrence on affected land, correct?
Correct.
And construction material means rock, clay, silt, sand, gravel, limestone, dimension stone, marble, or shale extracted for use in the production of non-metallic construction products, correct?
Yes.
What is a non-metallic construction product?
It's a product that is used for uses other than metallic. You're not going to smelt it down and get it out to make the steel or metallic product. It's just a construction being used as it is taken out of the ground. It's not a problem.
Where did you get that definition?
Well, it's just my interpretation of the definition.
Okay. It's not defined in the statute, is it?
What's not defined?
Non-metallic construction product is not defined in the statute, is it?
I object. He's asking for legal conclusions from some of his.
Sustained.
Okay, sorry. Do you know what was done with this material?
I was informed at the inspection that it was being hauled to the Denver International Airport for use as a project there.
Do you know what it was used for?
I don't.
So you don't know if it was used to make concrete?
I don't.
You don't know if it was used to make bricks?
I don't.
You don't know if it was used to make asphalt, roads? You don't know what it was used for?
I don't.
Okay. Have you ever seen a reclamation permit required if a farmer is moving, is excavating material on his own property and moving some of that material off the property?
Yes.
How many times have you cited a farmer for doing that in the last 5 years?
I have not cited it myself.
Okay. How many times have you seen a construction contractor excavate a foundation for a house or a building and be required and move some of that material off the site and be used and required to have a construction permit or a reclamation permit?
Objection, that's not relevant. That's here.
Mr. Walker, let's kind of relate ourselves a little bit more to what he's already cited. He did this or that. And so let's kind of keep it on course here.
I'll try to keep it on course, Mr. Chairman, but I must say that I think this is relevant to a couple of different issues here. One is whether this was a mining operation at all. And if these things aren't typically cited as mining operations, then it is relevant. And secondly, I think it goes to, if you do find that that a permit should have been required, then it goes to mitigation and the penalties that should be applied, because if this is true, then Kelly really didn't have a reason to think that this wasn't required. So I do think that it's relevant.
I think he's answering your questions, so I don't think you need to continue to dig. So
may I ask that he answer that last question about the foundation?
go ahead.
How many times have you cited a construction contractor for excavating a foundation and failing to get a reclamation permit in the last 5 years?
I have not.
You said before that, well, let me ask this. You were told at the time that this was being done in order to improve the agricultural production of the land, isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay.
I was told that.
And they felt that they needed to level the land to make it more productive, correct?
Correct.
And you have no reason to disbelieve that, correct?
I don't.
Okay. Were you told at the site by my clients that they intended to seed the land?
Yes.
And assuming they did in fact seed the land later, had they used all the practices that you would normally recommend to reclaim the land?
I would say they used probably about 70, 80% of the practices.
Okay. What
Yes.
didn't they do that they should have done?
On the top, on the high wall picture that I showed, I didn't see topsoil being salvaged up there, and it is required to salvage all the topsoil. So they salvaged some, but not all.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Did you tell them at the time that my clients at the time, that you were not sure that whether this required a reclamation permit?
I did.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Just short redirect, Mr. Chair. Is it typical division practice after conducting the inspection to take the information back to the office to review statutory language and determine whether or not further enforcement action is warranted?
Yes,
Is that what you did here?
I did. I didn't want to draw any conclusions in the field, just on the fly. I really wanted to have a chance to research it and make sure that the rules were being met or not met.
Is there any further, have you had other witnesses? You need those?
We do have other witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bowles.
And I would ask John Kelly to take the witness. State your name for the record, please.
John Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, what is your profession?
I'm an excavator,
And how long have you been doing that?
46 years.
And what kind of excavation have you done over those 46 years?
We typically do heavy highway work. We do commercial work. We do building holes downtown. We do overloading for housing. We do airports. We do dams, just about any type of earthwork you can imagine. And we typically move between 3 to 5 million yards a year.
Okay. Are you familiar with a quarter section of land near the intersection of Watkins Road and East 72nd Avenue in Adams County?
I am.
And is that owned by your family?
My mom and dad bought that property back in 1973, yes.
Okay. And is it agricultural land?
It is.
Oh, historically, what kind of use has been put to that property?
In the past, when my mom and dad were alive, they tried to lease it to a farmer to grow wheat, but never had any luck. They had, I think, 2 or 3 different operators try to grow in there, and it never could do anything with it.
Why is that?
I think it's too hilly, and it's not set up to retain any water, let any water get into it.
Okay. Would leveling that property, in your opinion, help to address that problem?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Have you, over the course of your career, are you aware of situations where material was excavated and removed from construction sites without a reclamation permit?
I am. In my 46 years, I have never obtained a reclamation permit from the mining.
Okay. Have you, so not even once you've obtained a reclamation permit?
I have not. I worked for a clay mine that had a reclamation permit. But
Okay.
normally we go to CDPHE for our reclamation. They're the ones that oversee us, which
Okay.
we did on this project as well.
Okay. And what, on the clay mine that you mentioned, what was used with that clay?
We were excavating clay and they were hauling it to the timber brick to make brick.
Okay. Do you sometimes get permits from the county as well?
We do.
Did you go to the county to discuss this project?
We did.
Okay. When was that?
My business development guy had gone previously a couple of years ago, I believe, and then he'd been down there 2 or 3 times and talked to him about regulations and what they thought we needed to do and so forth. And they thought we fell under an agricultural permit, that we didn't have to pull a grading permit to do what we were trying to do.
Okay. Did you go down there yourself
I did, and I believe it was May or June. I went myself.
of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak to some engineers at the engineering department of Adams County?
I did speak to an engineer there, and we brought out the regulations and told him what we were doing and asked if we'd fall under this agricultural as we were told. He said, well, I'm not sure. Let me take it to my boss. So he went into his boss's office and came back out a few minutes later and said, yep, you guys are good to go. And I said, who is your boss? And he said, Greg. And I said, could I get a card to that extent? So he gave me one of Greg's cards, Greg Labrie, I believe.
Okay. And what is it that you intended to do with the property?
We just wanted to level it up so that we can farm it.
Okay. And were you taking any material off the property?
We were.
What were you going to do with it?
We're going to take it wherever we can.
Okay. Did you tell the county that?
We did.
Did anyone ever tell you needed a reclamation permit from Division of Mining?
They did not.
And did the county tell you needed any permits?
No, because we fell under the agriculture.
No further questions of this witness at this time.
Any questions?
Hi, Mr. Kelly.
Hello.
Jeff Huget again for the division. Just a few questions on cross. So
Okay.
you testified you've been doing this 46 years,
I have.
and in that time, you've never once secured a permit from
I don't
Board of
believe so,
Division?
no.
Are you familiar with the division?
I am.
Was there ever a thought that maybe you should check with this division about permitting an operation of this size?
No, I
Why is-
don't believe we're mining. What I consider mining is producing some type of product like hard rock mining, mining sand, mining rock, producing something that you're gonna sell for a profit.
How would you classify the material you were pulling off this site?
It was a clay sand, I call it.
Do you think it's valuable material?
Not especially, no different than any other fill dirt.
People typically contract to receive this type of material.
Depends if they need dirt or not, I guess.
So if somebody was in need of fill material, they may contract with an operator such as yourself to haul material on their
They could,
site.
yeah.
Would there be compensation for that work?
Depends,
Did you receive compensation for this work?
did not.
So there was no contract for this work? You just
Well, there's a
found-
contract for the work. We were compensated to excavate and haul the dirt and place it at the site. But we did not charge for the dirt.
Who's the contract with?
We're in Stafford, or Swinnerton, I'm sorry.
Swinnerton?
Swinnerton Builders. I don't really know their spelling on that. Swinnerton Builders.
What's the nature of their business?
They're office building builders. Development builders.
Okay.
Yeah,
So this fill material was of value to them?
I would assume so.
They didn't get it from you. Would they have to purchase it from somebody else?
They would have to get it in there somewhere, yeah. They don't necessarily purchase it. There's always jobs that have excess dirt and they bring it in.
You mentioned there was some compensation here. What was the nature of compensation you received?
Well, we were paid to overlot the site that we were taking the dirt.
So you were paid to haul it there and dump it.
Right.
You're generally familiar with the permitting process through the health department.
Yes,
So you're familiar with just general state permitting requirements?
yes.
So part of your projects is not a review of other state requirements for permitting?
Yeah, we make sure we pull all the permits we believe we need, yes.
Would you consider 100,000 cubic yards of material a lot?
Not really.
Why is that?
I don't know. We do holes downtown here that we excavate 100,000, 150, all the time.
What kind of permits do you pull for those projects?
We normally don't pull any permits for those. The developers normally do that.
Okay, so you're working with developers.
Right.
When you excavate material, again, are you compensated for that work?
For the excavation, yes.
No further questions.
The next witness will be Kurt Hogan. Oh, me too? Oh, Colin Walker, once again, thanks. State your name for the record, please.
Kurt Hogan.
Mr. Hogan, how are you employed?
I'm employed by Kelly Trucking,
And what are your duties?
business development,
How long have you been in the excavation industry for a number of years?
40 years.
40 years, okay. Are you familiar with the property we've been talking about here?
I am.
Okay. Did you go to the county to talk to them about permits that would be necessary for this property?
On 3 different occasions.
Okay, when approximately was the first?
It had been a
occasion?
couple of years ago when we first started talking about improving the property so we could do something with it. I mean, at that point is what can we do to improve it? So that was a couple of years ago. And then
Let me stop you there. What did you tell the county and what did they tell you at that time?
I told them that for farming purposes, it was worthless, that we wanted to take the top of that hill off, flatten it, so we could go back to wheat farming or some kind of farming back to at least try to make it worth something. And I told them if I could find a home for the dirt to offset to help the project, we would export the dirt off the project. And I was told I needed no permit. It was an agricultural project and there was no permit required.
Okay. When was the next time you went to the county?
It would have been of February of last year.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell them? What did they tell you?
I went with Marty Flum and we went in and talked to him about the project again because it was maybe becoming a reality. And we were told the same thing, that it was an agricultural project and there was no permits required.
Okay. And when was the next time you went to the county?
Next time that we went to the county is John Kelly and I went to the county together and asked them the same questions, told them same scenario, and we were again told there was no permits required
Okay. And when did the work start?
in July
Of 2019?
of 2019.
Okay. Did a person from the county come out to the site sometime thereafter?
Gail Moon come out in September and said that she had concerns about the project, that she had got a complaint. And so I asked her what her concerns was, and she said, well, this wasn't an agricultural project. And so I said, it is, we are improving the ground. It is an agricultural project. And she said, she just continued to say it wasn't agricultural. And I asked, I says, how can it not be? We're improving it. You can see what we're doing. We got a big knob here that we can't do anything with, and we're improving it. And she goes, this is bigger than agricultural. I asked her, where's the line between agricultural and not, for whatever reason not? And she said she didn't know that figure, that she was doing a research to, I asked her, is it 5,000 yards or 25,000 yards? What can we move? So you define it as agriculture. And she says that she did not have a figure for that. She was still researching it.
In your years in the excavation business, have you ever seen a project like this require a reclamation permit?
No.
Have you ever seen a construction project where material was moved off land because of a foundation or something like that require a reclamation permit?
No, I have not.
Have you seen other permits required for that kind of work? Grading permits or something like that?
Probably in certain circumstances.
Okay. Did anyone from the county ever suggest that you go to the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety? No further questions at this point.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What, again, is this a 240 acre parcel in total?
160.
A 160?
Yeah.
Is it fenced?
It's fenced on one side of it is fenced.
Yeah. You mentioned that the county was having difficulty finding out what the definition of agricultural property is. What's your definition?
Agricultural property, anything that we can grow a crop of any kind of crop, or we can graze cattle. We own cattle, I own cattle. If we can graze it, we can put a crop up on it.
You couldn't graze that before? I mean, the way it is?
It's a water problem as far as grazing on it.
What kind of a water problem?
There is no water.
Well, I guess I have trouble understanding why. I'm not disagreeing with taking the knob off, but I don't understand what your difference is going to be, because you're reliant totally on Mother Nature for moisture. So I don't know what kind of crop you're going to grow other than something like wheat, which doesn't matter whether it's got the knob or not. I think you're trying to make a differentiation in agriculture. I'm sure it's zoned ag, and I mean, that's what it is. It's ag property.
It is ag, and our feeling on that was because of the high knob, for one, it's wind blowing, and the other, water just sheds off of it. I mean, out on the flat grounds, we got small rolling hills, water seeps into the ground. We just could never get a crop off it because of the nature of it.
Off the whole 160?
Probably 120 of it.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'll ask a question.
There we go. Just some clarification. You mentioned there was a woman from the county. She was different from, was she someone that you'd spoken with at the county before in any of these processes?
I had not. She's from a different department.
She's different department, and she had received a complaint.
She said the reason she came out that she received a complaint.
And do you know the nature or the source of that complaint?
I do not. I asked her what it was, and she just skipped to the fact is she thought that this should be a permitted job.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. So what is the calculus that was made instead of just laying out the knob, and sorry, I won't use the correct terminology, but just flattening it out and leaving the material on site? And sounds like you made a decision to take the material off site. Can you talk about that decision?
Well, the ground, if I understand you right, the reason that we decided to export the material,
Correct.
to make the project feasible, to make that ground, you know, it's $5,000 an acre ground. And if you go in there at $3 a yard to move dirt, there's no way you could do it to ever get paid back in a million years on wheat. So to help the project, to help the ground out and to help compensate for it, we're not selling the dirt, but at the other end of it, at the other end of it, we're trying to make money to compensate for what we're doing here to make the property to work, because otherwise there's no way that could happen.
You made an interesting statement there. You can't make any money off of wheat, but it's $5,000 an acre ground. Why is it $5,000 an acre ground?
That's just what our neighbors for around us are selling their ground for. There's several signs out there, Cushman, Wakefield. There's a lot of ground for sale in that country out there, and that's what it's going for, to $5,000.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one if I can, yeah. Just as a reference, if the neighbors are getting $5,000 an acre, are they trying to grow wheat too, or is their ground somewhat different than yours?
We've got wheat. We have two neighbors now that are growing hemp. One to the north of us that's going into hemp, and we have one to the east of us that's growing hemp, but they got flat ground. They run water through plastic on hemp farms to irrigate it. There's no way that we could do that. If we would even decide someday that, I mean, to sell it to the hemp farmer, there's no way that piece of property is a candidate for it due to the hilly nature of it.
Throughout the whole piece of property?
Yes.
So really, your property is not worth $5,000 an acre?
May not be. I mean, that's debatable, but that's what's going on for around us.
Thank you.
Sure.
The two hemp enterprises close to you, where do they get their water source?
Must have a well. That's the only thing I can figure. I really don't know, but they do have plastic humps they run in between the hemp plants, and they have irrigation lines through it. So I'm assuming they have a well that hits the, aquifer or something like that to do that.
But to try and understand it, you say it's worth $5,000 an acre because that's what the market's bringing in that area, correct?
Correct.
It's not because of farm ground, it's just 5,000 an acre, okay?
Explain to me one more time why you think by leveling that off that you suddenly would be able to raise wheat or some other crop.
It's the highest knob out there in that area. We shed off every direction, and everybody around us is doing well with wheat, which this property never has. The water hits on a knob, it sheds water rather than soaks into the ground on flat ground. We get them Eastern Plains rainstorms of an inch or two. They, and all our water sheds off and runs off to where the rest of it is flat. It soaks into the ground where the crops do well.
And how much of the land is affected by that knob, negatively affected by the water shedding?
Over half.
Thank you.
Well,
Question for you too on the use of that area. You mentioned it's all ag land out there. Do you have a surface ditch running through the area? Do you have? Okay, so it's all well fed.
no, not even well. We don't even have well. It's all rain.
I'm sorry. I mean, your neighboring properties who do irrigate, that's all well fed irrigation.
The surrounding property? Yes, it is. Yeah, there's no ditch water out there, no irrigation, flood water. They got water and there's no ditch, so I'm assuming they got a well. I've never personally seen it. That's the only explanation.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? No questions. Is there a Greg LeBrie in the room? Yeah. Greg LeBrie will be the next witness.
Is it Greg LeBrie?
Perfect. Yes.
Have you been sworn?
No, I have not.
You swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Would you say and spell your name, please?
My name is Theron Greg LeBrie, and that's Labrie.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Labrie. What is your profession?
I'm a civil engineer with the Adams County,
How long have you been with Adams County?
12 years.
And what are your duties?
I'm a development review engineer.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Hogan testify just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Do you remember him coming out to the county about 2 years ago to talk about this property?
No, I do not remember that conversation specifically or talking with him at that time.
Do you remember talking to any other employees of the county who came to you to discuss this project?
No, not 2 years ago,
Okay.
no.
How about in about February of 2019? Do you remember Mr. Hogan coming out to talk to you about this property?
No, not in February, no.
Okay. Do you remember any other employees of the county coming to talk to you because someone from Kelly had contacted them about this property?
No, yeah, not in February.
February. How about in May or June of 2019? Do you remember someone talking to you about this property?
It was more like August is what I remember.
Okay, so you don't remember John Kelly and Kurt Hogan coming out and talking to you in May or June about this property?
Yeah, they may have. Again, I remember our conversations more in August.
Okay.
Timeframe.
So you don't remember on any of those occasions before August telling anyone from Kelly Trucking that no permits would be required because of this?
Yeah, no, not at that time. No.
Okay. Is there an agricultural exemption to certain permits in the county?
Yes, depending upon what you're doing to your land in terms of grading, yes, there is an agricultural exemption.
Okay, and that's under a county regulation, is that right?
It's one of our development standards and regulations. That's
Okay. So you do remember talking to some folks from Kelly Trucking in about August of this year, is that
Yeah.
right? You remember discussing that agricultural exemption?
Not specifically. We usually talk about grading in terms of, we didn't talk about the agricultural exemption specifically, but we did talk about what type of improvements you're going to do in your land and what would be needed. Again, if you're just grading the property and not bringing any inner fill in, a permit is not required at that time. We often encourage them to get a grading permit, but then again, it's not required in an agricultural property.
Okay. Did they tell you what they were going to be doing with this property?
Again, I think first conversations I can remember is that they were, again, grading the property, smoothing it out, knocking down this knob or hill and leveling it off so that they could, maybe grow something or produce something. But that's the conversation I remember having.
Okay. And did they tell you that they were going to be moving some of this material off the site?
I do not remember having that discussion with them.
Okay. Did you tell them they needed a permit?
No, at that time, again, with just grading their property, I'm more than likely just told them that a grading permit would be required. Well, not required. We would encourage a grading permit, but it's not required being agricultural land.
At some point, did someone from the county tell them they needed some permits?
Yeah, at some point in August, that's where the August, September conversations came in where it became, I guess, through a complaint that there was more than just grading. They were hauling off dirt from the property. And through that process, they were using a right-of-way that was not improved. And it was determined based upon the operations that a permit would be required, that improvements were required on the right-of-way and things of that nature.
I just want to make sure I understand something. You're not telling me that they told you they were not removing material from that property, right?
Excuse me, can you rephrase that question?
Are you telling me they told you they were not going to remove material?
No,
from that-
I didn't. I'm just telling you, I wasn't aware at the time of what our discussions that they were removing, that they was going to removing this dirt. I was under the impression that they were grading it out, leveling it off. That's the impression I was under when I indicated that there was no permit required.
Okay.
Typically, when you start talking hauling and moving dirt, that becomes a whole nother conversation.
Okay. I don't know if you heard them say, they say that they did tell the county that they were removing that from the very beginning. Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
I just could only believe what my understanding was. They may have talked to a number of people at the county. We have
Okay.
permit technicians and things of that nature they have spoken with earlier. But the conversation I had and understanding I had when the initial conversations were, they were grading their property out.
And Kelly Trucking did apply for a permit, is that true?
Yes, they did.
Okay. These documents have been provided to the board, and I'd like to mark them into evidence. Should I just give it to the court reporter to mark?
Do you want to look more?
We typically don't mark them.
It's a pleasure of the board. What,
Jeff, do you know if it's in the packet?
Yeah. Well, I sent them in. Let me put it that way.
Can you just tell us what it is and we'll.
Yeah, it's a right-of-way and infrastructure permit form.
And let me just ask, why is that significant to us as a
Well,
Land Reclamation Board?
I think it's significant because my clients did everything that they could think of to try and comply with all the permitting requirements. I think Mr. Lee is going to confirm that they filed this, and as well as some other documents attached to your grading plans, which were requested. And I think it goes to that they did what they thought they needed to do, and that should have come into play in your decision if you find that there was a violation.
It seems like we've been spending an awful lot of time talking about Adams County and their permitting process, which really has no relevancy at all to our board.
Okay. And I would just ask the board to consider, may I just ask him to confirm that this was filed?
Okay.
Would you confirm that Kelly filed this permit application?
Yeah, they completed the application with the associated documents that we needed to review.
Okay, including a grading plan?
Yes, a grading plan. We
Question
have not
on that.
approved that. We have not approved it at this point.
Okay, what is the status of that permit?
We're waiting for the determination if it's actually a mining activity, as I understand it, or not. So we're waiting, part of our staff review of the permit in the documents that were submitted. We had our environmental specialists look at it, and they thought, based upon what they understood what was going on, that it could be a mining activity. They wanted the state to come out and look at it.
Do
and
you know
make a
if,
determination.
do you know if those specialists ever told Kelly Trucking that they thought a mining permit might be necessary prior to when they started the construction?
No, I'm from my understanding, it was just through the review process when that particular issue came up, and our environmental specialist requested the state to come take a look at the operation.
Okay. Have you, over the course of your career, have you seen occasions where reclamation permits were required from this division?
No, I have not seen that where we usually don't get involved with the state activities. We usually refer stuff out to them if we think they need to get involved, and we wait for their determination before we act.
Have you haven't seen gravel mines up by the river or anything that required a reclamation?
Yeah, yes, we have. Again, we wait to get confirmation from the state. So I guess I didn't understand your question, but yes, the state also issues permit as well as many other jurisdictions, and we wait till they get their approval when we feel that that's needed,
Okay.
and then we act upon on a
So
local level.
you have seen occasions where reclamation permits were required. Okay. Have you ever seen a reclamation permit required when a farmer was moving dirt on his property and moving it off the property?
Not a reclamation permit, no.
Okay. How about if a construction contractor is excavating a foundation for a building or something and moving that material off the property? Have you ever seen a reclamation permit required for that?
You're not
Sustained.
Further questions of this witness?
What, do you have any board questions?
Yeah, I had a question. What's the date on that application?
And let's see here. It was signed September 30th, 2019.
Is when it was filed with the county.
At least, yes, that's when it was applied.
Thank you.
Are you finished? I didn't mean to. When you're waiting for the state to make a determination, do you then say to the operator, yeah, but you can go ahead and go ahead and start the work that you've talked to us about? Or do you say, no, you have to wait till we get a clearance?
Yeah, in this particular case, for sure, we're waiting to get the clearance from the state before we issue any permits. So they have really met the engineering obligations that we require, showing some improvement to the right of way, and then giving us a grading plan for their site. That we're fine with that piece of it, but then this other piece of with the haul effort and what they're doing with the dirt, we're waiting to get a determination before we issue or complete the permitting process.
And they're not doing any activity?
I'm not aware. Well, I'm not sure. Our code enforcement officer, Gail Moon, keeps me up posted on that. I didn't get an update here.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Labrie, clarify for me again, the activity that's gone on or has transpired to this date you've allowed to happen under the
No,
Adams County? I mean,
we
is
haven't
there-
permitted anything out there as far as I understood. Again, what the conversations I've had with Kelly Trucking was that if you're just improving or grading your site, then a permit is not required. But again, if you start talking about hauling dirt and where you're placing that inert fill, that becomes a whole nother conversation. And oftentimes, depending where you're bringing it, there's a whole permit process for that, especially if you're bringing it within the county, within Adams County. There's a permitting process for that, for bringing and relocating dirt. Because again, there's a whole process that we're concerned about the truck routes, we're concerned about if it's clean or contaminated dirt, and then where you bringing it to and what you're going to do with it at that location. So it becomes a whole nother conversation when you start talking about hauling material off the property. If you're just keeping the material on the property or just, grading and leveling it off, that's a different conversation.
Okay. I guess, thank you for,
I have one follow-up question. You don't know if Kelly Trucking was told any of what you just said prior to when you started looking at this in August, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure again, because again, pressure I was under with the conversations I had there, again, just leveling and grading their property off for making improvements to the property. Wasn't aware of if they were hauling off dirt and where they were bringing it to, because that's, again, kicks in a whole nother conversation.
You don't recall Kelly Trucking telling you that?
Yeah, I don't recall them telling me that, because if they had, I think the conversation would have been different compared to what they received. So the information they receive is based upon what I usually get from the input that I get. So if they said what they were told they didn't need a permit, then all I was told is, oh, you're just grading it.
Okay, but you don't recall talking to them at all before August?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No further questions from me.
okay, thank you.
Jeff Fugate, on behalf of the division. Mr. Labor, thanks for making time to come down here. I know that this was probably not on your to-do list today. I wanted to bring this back into the scope of the complaint letter that the division received that started their investigation process. I'm handing him it's document 147 from the board packet. This is the September 19th violation letter from Adams County. And then stamped 145 in the board packets. These are the emails between Adams County and division staff relaying the notice of violation. And this is essentially kind of what led to the division's eventual inspection. Are you familiar with this letter?
They're in part of our board packet, sir. I've got it right here.
Do you want to review these short? Okay, would you review document 147? Are you familiar with that violation letter?
Yes.
In that letter, maybe you have to explain your process. Are you finding them in violation because they don't have an access right-of-way permit, clearing and grading permit, or a conditional use permit?
Yes, it's a notice of violation letter indicating that, yes, they were operating without those permits.
Okay.
In terms of those.
Is the application they eventually submitted to the county to satisfy or remedy this violation?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions?
Okay. Mr. Bleed, thank you very much.
The next witness is Cal Kelly. Yeah, just please state your name for the record.
Calvin Kelly.
What is your profession, Mr. Kelly?
I'm a project manager and estimator, vice president for Kelly Trucking.
Okay, and what are your duties there?
They range from executive vice president duties, oversight, to estimating projects, bidding projects, and then when projects are procured, managing those projects.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years full-time.
Okay. Are you familiar with the property we've been talking about here?
Yes.
And you've heard what John Kelly and Kurt Hogan said about the property?
Yes,
In the interest of time, do you generally agree with what they've said?
I do.
Okay. I'd like, were you in charge of the actual excavation that was done on that property?
That was my project. I was project manager on it, yes.
Okay, I'd like us to step up to this topographical map, and I'd like you to walk the board through what you did and why you did it.
Okay. So this basically is.
I can look at that, I guess.
Yes. I was gonna mention
Was
it.
a copy of this submitted, just in small pieces, is that right? I guess I question relevancy, maybe there's a little explanation of the scope or purpose of this testimony.
I think that what was actually done here is important. It shows that it was for agricultural purposes and not for mining purposes. And I think what was actually done, and some of the board members have asked questions about that. It won't take long. Just ask you about this.
I'll allow it.
So this is, a plan view of the land, and the lighter contours represent the elevations of the land before we started the excavation. Darker contours represent the proposed or planned elevations. So you can kind of see the grading was going to take place for or a good portion through the center of the property. The main highest knob is kind of somewhere in this area right here. So our plan would be to come in and take out the steep area through here from this area here, take out the knob, and then make it flat generally across the entire site. Better for planting in front.
And how would you, and you were removing some material from this property, is that right?
Yes.
And where were you, how were you removing?
So we started up here in the northwest corner where our entrance road was. We worked in a southeast fashion, starting here in the northwest, working our way back to the southeast, going this direction, starting on the north side and then just removing it towards the south, making passes with our excavators and our crews. Loading.
And did you stockpile the topsoil?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We use scrapers, blades, potentially a little bit of bulldozer, stockpile it, push it off to the side. But every area that was excavated would have been stripped, topsoil stockpile, or pushed off to the side.
Okay. Was all the topsoil retained in some form or fashion?
Yes, every yard of topsoil is retained in some fashion.
Okay, and then after it, when did this work start?
July 2019.
And is it still going on?
No, it was completed the beginning of October 2019.
Okay, and when was the inspection by Mr. Bowles?
October 4th.
So it was almost done by that time, right?
Yes, at the time Mr. Bowles visited the site, we had a portion of it, topsoil relayed to a portion of the site, had it harrowed or, ripped with the blade, ready for planting and seeding.
Okay, and did you get a permit from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment?
Yes.
And what is that basically?
Before we started any work out there, we did obtain a permit from the CDPHE, known in our industry as a swamp permit, which basically gives permission for us to disturb the land. And then we have to follow our, best management practices and install BMPs, whether they be check dams, sediment basins, silt fence, grass barrier is also one to prevent erosion, tracking up and down the slopes with the contours. And then we have to do regular inspections of the site on a weekly basis or after a stormwater event, rain, snow, that would cause any runoff from the site. We maintained that notebook and was kept on site for the duration of our time on the site and performed inspections as required.
Did you comply with all those processes?
We did.
And has the land been seeded for grass or something else?
Yes, we just recently finished the entire reclamation of the land, relayed all the topsoil, seeded and mulched it.
Okay. Now, when you excavated this material, what did you do with it?
We used it for fill material on an overlot grading.
Okay, where is that?
At the Denver International Airport.
How far is that from this location?
As the haul route went, it was about 12 to 15 miles.
Okay. And what was done with the material at that site?
We dumped it, leveled it, and smoothed it out.
Okay, was it used to make concrete?
No.
Was it used to make bricks?
No.
Was it used to make a road?
No.
Used to make a foundation?
No.
Simply to level the property, is that right?
That's right.
And what kind of material was it?
It was a sandy clay, I think is what it was classified as.
Okay. And did you have any conversations with the county about this property?
I did not know.
Okay. You heard what Ms. John Kelly and Kurt Hogan said?
Yes.
Did they relay that information to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you charge the contractor at DIA for this material?
Not for the material itself. no.
Why not?
There was no need for us to charge for the material. When we get a job, it's a potential job that we're going to bid. A lot of the time there's import on the project. The project needs material, and then we'll at that time consider potential sources to bring into that project. When we do, we go out there and we call it beating the bush, looking for potential sources. And, that could be a farmer, that could be, other projects that we have ongoing. Sometimes they work out where you can haul from one project to the other. And sometimes we have to buy that material from other landowners or a aggregate quarry or what have you. And in this instance, in order, for us to complete the project of leveling that land, there was no need to charge for the material to the developer or builder on it.
Was your purpose in this excavation to provide material for that other project?
No, the purpose of this excavation was to level the land so we could farm on it. We've been considering or looking at this as a potential possibility for 15 years, talking about leveling this land so we can farm on it again.
Okay. Did it come to your attention at some point that the county thought you needed to get some permits?
Yes, towards the end, as we were wrapping up operations, that's when Ms. Gail Moon visited the site and cited those violations.
And did you submit those permits?
We did.
And they're still in process as far as you know?
Yes.
No further questions of this witness from me.
What did you cede the land back to?
Excuse me?
What did you cede the land back to? What kind of seed mix did you use?
I would have to look at the seed mix, but just native.
Rangeland,
Yeah.
wheat? What?
Not wheat, no.
Okay.
Native grasses out there.
Okay. And that's the intended purpose then, is rangeland in the future?
No, this would just be temporarily until we can get the land completely leveled and, ready for farming. And
Okay.
whoever's going to farm it would plant what they.
Okay.
So you do have a CDPHE permit for this project?
For this piece of land, yes, we do. We pulled it before we started work out there.
Okay, we don't have that in our board packet, do we?
I have it. Well, you should have it in your board packet.
I'm just wondering,
We don't.
I didn't see it obviously is why I was wondering. I don't need to complicate anything and have you guys present things that aren't in our board packet, but just makes me consider that.
Is it a construction stormwater permit?
Construction stormwater permit, yes.
Say that again.
It's a construction stormwater permit.
If I may follow up,
It's routine.
is this the permit you're talking about?
Yes, certification to discharge under CDPS general permit COR 400000. Stormwater associated with construction activities.
I did send this in, so it should be in your packet. If it's not, may I present it to you?
I think we would acknowledge that you've done that.
Just for clarification, so for me, you've been sitting, waiting for some place to displace this soil, and you waited until you've had a place to take it, and that was DIA. Is that correct? Did you get paid for the haul?
We got paid for the haul, yes,
And the leveling at the site?
for the excavation and tonight.
Any other questions?
Is it usual that, it sounds like in this case, you were the contractor, maybe contracting directly with Swinnerton, whatever they were? Is that normally are you fairly direct with that? I'm just trying to think about typically pulling permits in this. Are you usually the direct person who would pull a permit, or are you just a contractor and whoever the developer is.
We didn't pull a permit for the site where Swinnerton was.
Right.
The permit, CDPHE permit that we pulled was for the Watkins property. Sometimes when we get a particular project, the owner, developer, or GC will have a site where they want us to borrow from. Sometimes that's on us. In this case, it was on us. When it is on us to find our material, then, we have to make sure that we get that CDPHE permit and regulations followed on the other end.
So this isn't the first project where it's been on you to find the material?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one more question. Do you object to the idea of having to get a DRMS permit for this project?
Do I personally?
Or the company? Okay. It's not just the notice of violation, but the permit itself you object to?
I would think so, yeah. We don't believe that it is mining.
Okay.
Jeff Fugate again for the division. So you were the project manager for this project?
Yes.
Did you ever do due diligence to see if other state permits were required for the nature of this excavation work?
In our opinion, yes, we did do the due diligence.
And you didn't come across the state DRMS for
We did-
excavating, hauling materials, these types of activities?
We did not know. We do many similar projects to this and have never come across the need for that permit and never been required to get that permit.
Have you ever applied for a DMS permit on other projects?
No.
In total, you hauled approximately 100,000 cubic yards of material off the site.
Yes.
How did you find places to take this material? Or did it all go to DIA?
It all went to the one project, yes.
And you were paid for hauling?
We were paid for hauling it, yes.
How does that process work? How does that compensation structure work? Do you have a contract with the company?
Yeah, we have a contract with Swinnerton Builders. And as I tried to articulate earlier, is when we start the bidding process on a project like this, we'll go out, look for the material or a potential source of the material. And then sometimes there is a need to compensate whoever owns the material for the material. In this case, there was no need to compensate because, there was a benefit, the agricultural benefit on the back end.
So in July of 2019, you sought out a home for this material?
No. The project bid starting in December of 2018. I think it underwent 2 or 3 rounds of bidding. About February, into January, beginning of February, we were contacted by Swinnerton and understood that this project was going to be a real project and that they were going to try and contract with us to do the earthwork on the project. And at that time, that's when we realized this Watkins property could be a potential source.
How does the charging work? Is it by the cubic yard, by the truck? How do you charge them for this? How did you get paid for this project?
It depends on the nature of the contract. Sometimes it's a unit price contract. Sometimes it's a lump sum contract. This particular contract is a lump sum contract. So we review the plans and specs at bid time, and then we provide them the price. We undergo our contract negotiations with them, and then we come to an agreement on what the lump sum price for the project will be, and we perform the work for that contract amount.
Final question. Again, the division, the board typically focus on final reclamation, beneficial use of a property. That's the purpose of the permit. Who's watching to ensure the revegetation takes on this property? And if it doesn't, who fixes that?
Myself and our project engineer, assistant project manager will be monitoring the property on a regular basis. And if C doesn't take, then Kelly Trucking will be the ones to make sure that it does. And to be in compliance with our CDPHE permit and get that permit closed out, we have to ensure that there's growth of 70% of what was there before we disturbed the land.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just have one very quick follow-up question. CDEPA permit, Colin Walker, the CDEPA permit, does that agency occasionally inspect land?
They do, yes. I've been involved with projects where they will come out and inspect the project.
And do they give you notice of that?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not.
Okay. Have they inspected this project?
They have not inspected this
But
project.
they could.
They could.
No further questions for me.
Do you have an air permit with CDPHE as well?
No.
May this witness be excused?
Sure.
Those are all the witnesses I have. If I just have a few minutes, your time to sum up. Thank you. You've heard testimony that the purpose of this project was to level out this property to improve the farming. You've heard good reasons for that. This property's been in the family since 1973 and it's been unproductive. It makes perfect sense that they would want to level this out. The material that was taken off this land was not taken out to be sold. It was a byproduct of the efforts to level that farming property. They needed to do something with it, and they did something with it. The material was not used to make construction products. We started to go through a definition, but I would say to you that now is the time to consider that definition. Construction material means rock, clay, et cetera, extracted for use in the production of non-metallic construction products. That's not what happened here. It wasn't used to make bricks. It wasn't used to make a foundation or a road. It was simply spread on property to fill because it was a byproduct of what they were trying to do to improve this land. Non-metallic construction products is not a defined term. It's not in any of the statutes or regulations. It's not a term of art. It's not in any of the manuals or dictionaries. The investigator gave us a definition. I would suggest to you that that is extremely vague. And in order for someone like Kelly Trucking to know whether a mining permit is required, that term has to be understood and it has to be clear. It's not. I think this statute has some potential constitutional problems. I think it's potentially unconstitutionally vague, and I could cite Eckley versus Colorado Real Estate Commission, 752 Pacific 2nd, 68. It is too vague to provide fair warning of the conduct that is prohibited. So for all those reasons, I think this is not a mining operation. It was simply an operation to improve agricultural lands. The material was not used in the production of a non-metallic construction product. You should not find that a permit was required here. If you do find that a permit should have been required, at very minimum, Kelly Trucking acted in good faith. They went to the sources that they know. They could have been expected to find that or to hear that a permit of this sort was necessary from the county. I don't think the county knew. You've heard numerous people that have been in this business for years and years say that they've never seen a permit required in this situation. They've seen it required for gravel mines. They've seen it required when clay is being mined to produce bricks, but not to take material off of agricultural land to improve that land. So even if you think that a permit was necessary here, the fine should be minimal, and any orders against Kelly Trucking should be very reasonable. Thank you.
Jeff Fugate on behalf of the division. I'll keep my summary short and try not to be too repetitive, but I do want to repeat a few key points here. First, the state permitting process is different from the county permitting process. There may be an agricultural exemption in Adams County. There is not such an exemption for a state reclamation permit. Again, as I discussed in some of my opening remarks, the analysis that staff goes through is the Is It Mining questionnaire, and it provides kind of a checklist to staff of the different factual scenarios or situations that lead to the conclusion a permit is required. All of those, or at least the vast majority of that list of criteria, are met here. We have a significant amount of material, 100,000 cubic yards, leaving the site. They have approximately 22 acres of affected land or surface area impacted. There is compensation. They testified they did receive compensation for the hauling of this material. The intended use or the primary purpose of the activity is not the controlling factor here. Again, I question whether or not the entire purpose of this was just leveling that property. I mean, obviously they wanted to level the property and they believe that there may be some value added in doing so, but it seems from the testimony that they waited until they found a home for this material before they could operate. They contracted to find a place for this material to be provided or placed. And so it meets the vast majority of the criteria for is it mining. Again, this process didn't go through that. This process came about through a complaint from Adams County saying there's an operation in our county that we believe needs an inspection and potential regulatory oversight by the state because it's a large operation. Again, the pictures during staff's presentation, that's large equipment. That's lots of trucks. That's 30 trucks coming and going every hour and a half to 2 hours. This isn't a small operation. This isn't a digging of a foundation or leveling of property. This is a significant operation. It also meets the legal definition for construction material. It's clay, sand, or gravel. All of that is expressly listed in 3432.51033 in the definition of a construction material. Also made reference to this production of a non-metallic construction product as being a vague term. This board has a history in interpreting and applying that term. It has always applied it, and staff has always applied it to mean the use of a construction material in its natural state or being. Flagstone, sand, gravel, borrow material, it's all things that the board and the division have historically regulated under a permit. Currently, the division has approximately 60 permits for borrow material. This is something that the industry knows. If you're extracting it from its natural place, you need a permit from the state for that operation. That's what staff is requiring here, is that they get a permit. The other benefit of the permit, as the board knows, is it ensures reclamation is completed to all statutory regulatory satisfaction. Nobody's really reviewing this. Health department is not going to go out and inspect this site. They've got they call it a swamp permit. This is not something they would typically inspect. The division would. They would make sure that the vegetation is taking, that they would review a seed mix to make sure it's proper for the region to begin with. We may be beyond that point, but they would verify that final reclamation has occurred and that this property has been returned to a beneficial use. There's not going to be sand or wind or water erosion damaging offsite property. None of that can happen without a state permit here, and that's why the division believes this fits all of the legal definitions for a mining operation of a construction material, and why this site should be regulated under a reclamation permit by the board. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm at a point, I'm going to close the hearing and open it for discussion among the board members.
I'll start, I guess. I'm a little confused by this operation. They seem to have done an excellent job of reclamation. They seem to be do a good job with what they do. On the other hand, I don't think there's any question that this is a mining operation. It fits the definition to the T. I'm a little confused why they're fighting it so hard. Instead of just saying, okay, we made a mistake, we'll go ahead and get a permit and make it right. I think the co-benefits argument with the ag makes sense, but I think it's obvious that maybe they got benefit from removing that knob, but they also got benefit from fill material at DIA. I think the conversations with Adams County are irrelevant. I think the ag use is irrelevant. It's not really in our purview. I think the project meets the definition of mining. We've had projects that weren't even close to this that we have called mining. So, it just seems like they spent more money on legal fees fighting this than just complying with what is pretty obviously a mining project. I guess that's what I have to say.
I'm going to channel Tom Brubaker, our former board member. And one of his things that he constantly brought up in these questions is are there actions, even if they're not getting paid directly for it, are they displacing someone else that could be getting paid for it? And we did hear testimony that they normally would have to go out and pay for this type of material. But here they didn't because they already owned it. I think that that's also a factor that we need to think about. Direct compensation, but also avoiding costs that they might otherwise have had. But I agree with Forrest. We've had much closer calls that have come before the board and that we've determined to be mining. So here, I think it is appropriate to require them to get a mining permit. As far as the fees and, the fines, mining without a permit is one of the things that we often levy quite substantial fines for. I think that the recommended fine from the division of $5,849.60 reflects the good work that they have been doing, that it is a good mining operation, that they have been cooperative up to the point of not getting the permit. But I think there's been quite a bit of mitigation already taken into account with that recommended penalty.
Great. I feel like it's pretty reasonable.
Could you repeat that last sentence? I was just-
Sorry.
Yeah, I just had a little.
Oh, it's me. No, I was going to say, I do think the fine is reasonable.
Karen, that was my point. Sorry, I'll get the mic closer to me. Is that I feel like the recommended penalty from the division already reflects some of the mitigating factors of cooperation and the fact that they have been running a good operation. So the $5,000, $849.60.
You agree it should be.
I think that's appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I need to hear.
Any other comment? Well, I would just say, I think it's a case of, I think they were compensated. I think they probably got the the overall bid because they had their own material, which I have no objection to. And I do think, the farming part of it is a delusion. I mean, I've been in it all my life and, $4,000 an acre. And I'm sure they wanted to say, hey, this is going to miss out kind of in a development area, obviously. I have no problem with that. I just think we needed to know about it. And, in fact, I would encourage people to do that. I just think that they needed to go through the process. We need to know about it. We need to protect their neighbors in Colorado. And we weren't able to do that. And I agree with Forrest. I think it would have been much more prudent to spend their money on getting a permit because we're not that hard to deal with than fighting it this way. So that's where I come down on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think my biggest issue is with the process here. Any permits that were filed after the construction had started. And there was no approval either by the state or the county before the project was finished. So there's a timeline issue I have here.
I think all the points that I've had have already been covered, so I'm in agreement with the rest of the board.
I would say that the points have been covered. I just find it really interesting that an operation that's been around for 47 years and on really big projects and in speaking with the county and in speaking with CDPHE, I don't know. I think that that's an education opportunity for all, as you're reviewing something, that something should have been flagged. I mean, I tend to think that this operator wasn't trying to avoid these sorts of activities. And, I'm a little annoyed that it's at this stage and it's got to be kind of so formal, because I guess I would have thought that somewhere along the line with the county or with the conversation or just in your knowledge of other construction activities, you guys are clearly professionals and busy and in lots of projects. And how does this not get flagged and it gets to this state? Because part of me does kind of reflect and say it wasn't like they had the definition of all of the mining things and tried to say that it wasn't. The operation looks incredibly professional. The CDPHE oversight, I mean, that's a pretty strict state board that you're going up against too. It's not just the county, and their familiarity with the CDPHE, I think, is kind of shows the caliber of the type of operation. So I don't know. I would love to look at something that, what do you get? I guess what you would get out of pulling a 112C at this point is the definitive oversight that you'd say, we know that someone's going to come and check in and make sure that the grass seed is, all of those check marks that probably, maybe they are close to that or whatever. I'm just wondering if there's sort of a middle ground somewhere where you can make sure that staff has been compensated, that there is oversight. I agree with you. I think the timeline's not wonderful, certainly not within how it should have been. You'd like to think these things roll in a row before things started, but it sounds like the project's kind of done. So how do you oversee seed mix, cease beneficial use, compensate the time of the board, and have formal oversight? And maybe some of these recommendations, parts of it that we could motion to do that, but you know, it's falling within that. I mean, I'm wondering if cease and desist is the more, I wonder if some of the recommendations under the cease and desist cover the majority of it. You know, prohibiting further mining activities, but then also would that cover any other further damages to offsite areas, protect the public health and safety, and give the division time and transparency into the issue to look at the corrective actions and make sure things are resolved. And, you know, I think that probably assessing that civil penalty amount of 5,000 is good, but I just wonder, are you really going to get a bond out of the deal or anything else? And maybe you do, you know.
That would come with a permit application.
It would come with a permit application, right? And so maybe, I guess, which one is the cleanest? Do you do the permit application and then you get all these things in a row, or do you put it under the cease and desist, and can you? If you can't, stop talking.
We can do both, actually.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion. Get ready for that. I move that we find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32.5-109, parent 1, for failure to first obtain a reclamation permit from the Mineland Reclamation Board before engaging in a new mining operation. That pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-123, parent 1, issue an immediate cease and desist order prohibiting any further mining activities except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to prevent damage to offsite areas or to protect public health and safety until corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. Order that the operator file a complete 112C reclamation permit application as appropriate within 90 days of the effective date of the board order, and obtain approval of the application within statutory deadlines. Pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-123, parent 2, find the operator in violation for 34 days and assess a civil penalty of $1,000 per day for a total civil penalty of $34,000. In addition, assess a civil penalty to cover costs incurred by the division in investigating the violation at a rate of $56.64 per hour for 15 hours for a penalty of $849.60. Assess a total civil penalty of $34,849.60, with all but $5,849.60 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. Payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order, unless otherwise specified in the board order. Where corrective actions are not completed by the corrective action date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for completion of the corrective action. Failure to timely submit any due and unpaid civil penalties shall result in immediate submittal of such penalties to state collections.
Is there a second?
Second.
Lauren, second. Any discussion, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. With that, I think we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break. Waiting. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on the agenda to number 11, Gillette Sand and Gravel, Woodland Park, Colorado. Yes, sir. Any other people that are going to testify or are going to in this hearing? Please stand and be sworn. Do you all swear to tell the truth? Thank you.
Are we all set?
You bet.
Thank you. This is Elliot Russell with the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. Today's enforcement hearing is on the Gillette Sand and Gravel, Inc., the Gillette Pit, and that's permit number M 1992-009. Today's enforcement action is for the consideration of a possible violation, cease and desist order, corrective actions, and civil penalty for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance, protect areas outside of the affected lands from slides and damages occurring during the mining operation, notify the division of a failure of an embankment, and to follow the conditions of a permit. A summary of the Gillette Pit permit is that it is a 112C construction materials permit. It was issued on February 9th, 1993. It is permitted at 32 acres, and the division holds a $37,613 bond. The Gillette Pit mines gravel, and the approved post-mining land use is grazing and wildlife habitat. Location, the site is located in Teller County, as indicated by the red star. Slide 4 is a location map, a Google Earth image showing the proximity of the site to the town of Cripple Creek. It is about 3.5 miles northeast of Cripple Creek. It's indicated by the white star in the upper right-hand corner there. A brief chronology on the matter at hand. On October 3rd, 2019, a citizen complaint was received by the CDPHE emergency reporting line. That citizen had reported a murky discoloration to Beaver Creek. Through an investigation that day, the division made phone calls to several operators in the area, and the discharge was tracked 4 miles upstream from the reporting area to the Gillette Pit. The division inspected the Gillette Pit the following day and observed that wash water from the site's processing ponds had overtopped and reported directly to Beaver Creek. The division had also observed that there had been some offsite damage associated with the process ponds. The operator had cleaned out sediment fines, and some of those had been piled right outside the western boundary of the site, as well as a small 2-track road had been created. On October 9th, the division mailed a RTB letter scheduling today's hearing to the operator, as well as a cease and desist order prohibiting any further mining activity at the site. Please note, on the evening of October 4th, the operator did verbally commit to ceasing the wash plant, all wash pond processing at the site for further notice. The division did conduct a follow-up inspection of the site on October 16th. Slide 6 shows an overview of the Gillette Pit. The yellow line is the approximate permit boundary, Beaver Creek, and it's actually the west fork of West Beaver Creek. I'm referring to it as Beaver Creek in today's hearing. Transverses the northeast section of the permit. On the west side, west of the permit is County Road 81. And then the process ponds in the northeast corner of the site are delineated by the white arrow. Going through some photos from the October 4th, 2019 inspection. This is Beaver Creek at County Road 81 looking downstream. You can see the milky discoloration indicative of fine sediment particulates in the water. And this is looking upstream. Slide 8 is looking upstream from County Road 81. Slide 9 shows the northeast corner of the northernmost processing pond at the site. This is the location of where the water, the capacity of the ponds had been exceeded, and it had discharged slightly there on the right-hand side near that larger boulder. And this is a photo looking down stream of that discharge point. And this is where the discharge had entered Beaver Creek. Had created a small head cut feature. Slide 12 shows Beaver Creek upstream of the discharge point. There's actually some fish located in this photo based on the shadows there. Those are also leaves too. Clear water though, and downstream of the discharge point, we get that milky discoloration. The division had also observed a secondary discharge path. It was not wet at the time of the inspection. However, it showed signs that sediment fines had flown down this path as well. And slide 15 is an aerial overview photo taken during the inspection with the main discharge path indicated on the left with the red circle, and then that secondary path on the right. And then slide 16 is another overview. It also highlights the offsite disturbance, which the division calculated at approximately 0.3 acres. Moving on to the division's recommendations. The division recommends the board find a violation of CRS 34, 32.5, 116, 4H, for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance. The division also recommends finding a violation of CRS 34, 32.5, 116, 4I for failure to protect areas outside of the affected land. CRS 34, 32.5, 121 for failure to notify the division of a failure of an embankment, and CRS 34, 32.5, 124 for failure to follow the conditions of a permit. Division recommends affirming the existing cease and desist order prohibiting any further mining activities except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until the corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. For corrective actions, the division recommends the board require the operator to submit a amendment application to increase the size of the current 112C reclamation permit to include the affected lands outside of the approved permit boundary. The operator shall submit the amendment application within 90 days of the effective date of the board order, with all materials in approvable form within statutory deadlines. The amendment application shall address appropriate process pond designs and control measures to prevent further discharges to Beaver Creek. For civil penalty pursuant to CRS 34, 32.5, 124.7, a person who violates any provision of a permit shall be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $100 per day, nor more than $1,000 per day for each day such violation occurs. And in this matter, the board could find 41 days of violation from the date of the citizen complaint on October 3rd to today's board meeting, resulting in a civil penalty range of $4,100 to $41,000. The board may suspend all or a portion of the civil penalty to encourage timely compliance with the corrective actions, as well as compliance with the act, rules, and regulations. Since the date of the inspection, the division wanted to bring to the board's attention that the operator has made substantial good faith efforts to bring the site back into compliance. There has been open communication between the operator and staff, as well as the operator has hired a consultant to be working on the amendment application, and there's been open communication with that consultant as well. The operator has raised the embankment on the process pond to ensure that no further discharges occur during this permitting process for the amendment. They've removed most of the material from the offsite lands and have regraded that area to the west of the permit boundary. And they've completed the corrective actions in that inspection report that were not the possible violation, but the other two compliance problems that were cited. Based on those facts, the division is recommending a suspension of some of the civil penalties. The division recommends the board assess a civil penalty of $1,000 per day of violation, 41 days of violation, for a total amount of $31,000, with all but $2,500 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. Payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order, unless otherwise specified. Where corrective actions are not completed by the corrective action date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for the completion of that corrective action. Failure to submit any due and unpaid civil penalties shall result in the immediate submittals of such penalties to state collections. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Does the board have any questions for?
I have a question. Looking at the statutes violated, the third one that you mentioned, 34-32.5-121, and I would like how you interpret this. It says for failure to notify the division of a failure or imminent failure as soon as reasonably practicable after such a person has knowledge of such a condition. Are you saying that they weren't on top of it and didn't have knowledge of that condition before it happened? Because they did notify you within soon after they had knowledge it was reported on the 3rd, and you were out there on the 4th. So there was, I'm not quite sure where you see the emphasis on that statute.
Yes, good question. I guess just to begin with is the notification that came from a citizen. That was a citizen complaint, not from the operator. That was reported to the emergency reporting line of CDPHE, and therefore that's when our investigation started.
Okay.
So at no point prior to the inspection, the operator contacted the division regarding the discharge, and therefore the division views that as a failure of an embankment because it failed to contain the capacity of the ponds.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
And the operator is here as well as his consultants. And
Okay.
they'd be happy to address the board.
Yeah, that'd be good. Appreciate it. So have all you been sworn? You have, haven't you? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Chris Piles, the owner of Gillette Sand and Gravel.
William Pedler with RAS consultant to Mr. Piles, and professional engineer Brandon Shine, who is the principal project manager.
Could you speak up?
I was the principal project manager on the project with Mr. Piles.
Okay.
So I can answer any questions you got.
Do you have any, you want to tell us about it at all, or?
Well, we weren't aware of the overtopping of the sediment ponds the day it occurred, which was Wednesday. We actually didn't know about it until the board showed up from the downstream person. So we had no chance to file it.
Okay.
We immediately stopped operation even without the cease and desist. And I worked that weekend to build the berm up and stopped. And then the cease and desist came. We just stopped working at the wash plant. This machine involves a large crushing plant I mean, not large, but a pretty good sized crushing plant that feeds, takes 2-foot rock, crushes it down to 3/4, and can either leave it uncrushed or send it to this wash plant that washes it. This operation is at 10,000 feet. So you only have the opportunity to wash at about, for about 4 months a year. And we were actually getting ready to shut down the wash plant when this occurred. I believe the guys pushed the operation too far. I did go up and notice that the sediment ponds were getting very full. And I instructed them to dig them out one day prior to this. They started up the day of the occurrence, Wednesday, and ran from 12:30 to 4 o'clock. The large area they dug out took approximately 2 to 2.5, 3 hours maybe to fill that area in with water. Given the fact that we lose 30% to the washed aggregates and all the machinery of the input of the 2-inch water line we have, the 2-inch water line can produce 42 GPMs, gallons per minute. For a 45-minute to a 1-hour period is what I think we ran with the water overtopping. The water that overtopped was real lightweight sediment and not heavy metals at all. It was basically just lightweight murky water going over the top.
Okay.
Was there any other factors other than, was there water coming in from melting snow or anything like that, or was it all just from washdown? Okay.
It's all water comes in from the city of Cripple Creek water main that we have a tap into. The 2-inch tap into the main that they have coming from the reservoirs above us. That large erosion area you saw that looks like we're mining that's not what we're not mining that. We're mining what came out of it. Back in the 60s when their reservoirs blew out from a big rain event that happened. That whole mountain blew out and landed on the land that I'm mining. And we've mined everything that there is from that event. And now we're mining into the mountain, which is in our approved mining.
Yeah, guys, I'd like to add that Brendan Shine, consultant for Gillette Mine, worked for RAS. I'd like to add that as part of the response, Mr. Piles has been real proactive and aggressively tried to clean things up right away. One of the things he did was in a separate part of his permit area, he put in a sedimentation pond and a check dam. And so this is essentially hydraulically isolated. It's a separate operation. And Teller County requires the gravel from this separate operation to continue, maintaining the road base. That's what they take out. So on behalf of the mine, I'd like to ask you guys to consider lifting the cease and desist on that portion of the mine permit area. That's the road base area. It's in the southeast part of the site, and it's it's got its own detention basin. Mr. Russell has inspected it, and it's to his approval, as far as I know. So that's I'd like to put that in front of you for your consideration.
Is that the same cease and desist request that is approved? There was something where you had to do some activities in order to generate the revenue to work on it. Is this different, separate?
This is separate.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
because that prior one was approved, right? Came through.
Correct.
This one
Yeah,
has
that
more to do
was
with
so
the county.
Mr. Piles could go on site and move the existing material and continue with the corrective action that he started. We didn't want to go on site and run a bunch of equipment and run afoul of you guys. Last thing we want to do.
Thank you.
Creating a lot of reclamation in the north area that is shut down now. I've reclaimed 3/4 of an acre on the north end of the gravel pit where the crushing and washing plant is. We've reclaimed that in this period here that we've been shut down. And we have pictures of that showing the reclamation that is completed. We screen the topsoil from the stockpile and grade the entire area, leaving the large boulders. Some of them weigh 25 or 30 tons, not able to move them. So we just rolled them around and kind of left them there as a piece of the earth, and screened the topsoil, placed it out there, and then seeded it with high mountain grass seed, which has been real successful in the previous reclamation I've done there. So in this short period, we've been shut down the north end. I've reclaimed 3/4 of an acre in that area 14 that's in the current survey that I just had done. I just had Rampart survey completed a survey on the entire pit area, showing areas that are being mined and areas that have been reclaimed, and the processing plants and things like that. And the culvert that allowed some drainage and the sediment pond area for the southeast pit. Teller County is out of road base for their roads. They rely on us for the road base. They're hoping that I get approval to process the road base in that southeast pit. With the weather up there, if I get after it soon, I might be able to get them several thousand tons. But they need our road base because of the clay content we have there. Prevents the washboarding on the roads and reduces the amount of grading we have to do. Also, it holds the mag chloride quite a bit better with the clay that we have. There's a couple other gravel pits they can buy from, but they don't have the clay content we have. Okay. I'm done.
If I may summarize, William Pedler with RAS. We were retained shortly after on or about the middle of October to help Mr. Piles with the situation. Immediately went down and did a site inspection and responded to the cease and desist order with a letter taking a number of corrective actions submitted to Mr. Russell on the 18th of October. Mr. Russell with the division, had reviewed those actions and had responded in a letter, which I believe is in your package, of the 18th, with an approval for a request to partially lift the cease and desist order. By the way of background, Mr. Piles in the operation has been a good citizen down there. There have been no other violations or claims made by neighbors to the division. He's a small operation. He would very much like to be able to continue the operation in that southern part, as they've emphasized, to help address some of the costs associated with these upcoming needs that the county has. We further submitted another document, I believe it's in your package there, on the 8th to Mr. Russell, further documenting the completion of the corrective actions. With this, we received a letter yesterday that the division was happy with those actions that had gone ahead and acknowledged that the compliance problems number 1 and 2 had been resolved. I believe that Mr. Piles' actions clearly show that he is a good citizen and a good tender of the environment down there. He cares very deeply about the impact. It was a case of some miscommunication between operators and Mr. Piles. The 1-day delay that occurred between when the complaint was made by the citizen to the division and the extremely timely response to get up there on the 4th to inspect it. There was just not enough time, as pointed out by one of the chairwomen, that for him to get a formal response in. They were already on site within 24 hours or less of when that claim or that project problem was made. So the timing associated with that failure to notify, I would ask the board to please give some consideration and some latitude to the timeliness with which you responded and the communication that was a problem. That leaves really the most outstanding issue, which is the amendment to the permit. Mr. Piles has contacted his neighbor, which is on that affected area. They have an agreement in place, a handshake agreement. They're formalizing that lease to get that additional property. to incorporate that and to expand the 112C permitted area such that that type of an occurrence won't happen again. I would ask the board in conclusion that given the affirmative action and the good citizenship that Gillette and Mr. Piles has shown to consider releasing the cease and desist on the southern section so that he may open up that mine, that won't have any effect on the drainage. It's not an effect to any ponds or would be any runoff. The operation would be self-contained and strictly moving gravel to address the Teller County's gravel needs. I would also ask the board if they could, in their wisdom, to further look at the penalty being assessed to the operation. He is a small operation. He's expended over $24,000 at this point to remediate this in a timely and quick manner. Every dollar counts in an operation like this. We would see if there's any latitude that the board could lend to him on the fines being imposed. That's all I have to say, and would offer any questions.
I have a quick question, and you may have said this already. Mr. Piles, how long have you been operating this gravel pit? Pretty actively active.
It was active. It wasn't using it very much in operating.
But you've been active since 2005?
Very active since then.
Thanks.
This gravel pit is one of the main sources for Teller County. For residents, a ready-mix plan, Teller County Road and Bridge, construction sites in Cripple Creek, which are now starting up. There's a few casinos building. It's pretty much the main source of aggregates. And as soon as I purchased the pit, I went to the extent of hiring this Rampart survey, and it's done a very good job for me to describe the entire pit area, the area we're working, areas we plan to reclaim and are reclaiming. As soon as we're done mining area, I reclaim it as quick as I have time. Example is now that I have time until we shut down, I've reclaimed the entire northeast section, half of the area 14, you'll see on the map. Then the southeast section where there's a high wall, we've actually started pushing up to the 2-to-1 grade to take that high wall out.
Thank you.
Less cost.
Of the corrective actions that the division has said that they recommend, have you started those corrective actions yet?
Those
Which
corrective
they're-
actions are pretty much complete, other than the agreement with the neighboring landowner.
I thought you had an agreement with a neighboring landowner. Is it just not a formal one yet? Or a legal one?
It's not a signed document yet. I have the document here. He's received it via email, and he's sending it to his father, who is 87. He's the landowner to get it signed, and I didn't get it signed in time for the meeting. That's the one thing we don't have resolved is the enlarged area to help prevent sediment release again. I don't have the agreement signed yet.
Madam Chairman, the answer specific to your question is yes. All those corrective actions that were related to that were addressed and documented. The letter was received from the division on November 12th, stating there's a compliance problem on the 1 and 2.
And that includes the appropriate process pond designs that they have requested.
I believe that would be addressed in the amended permits.
Okay. Okay.
There'll be an inspection process that we'll create on those ponds. Up till now, that's just been like visual. We just walk over there and see if they're full, and then we dig them out if they are. The reason this occurred was the guys were pushing the thing to shut it down. And I had visited them and noticed that they were pretty full. We decided to dig some out, and it wasn't enough for the 1 day, extra day they ran.
But as the division has requested, you have come up with control measures to prevent further discharges rather than what was done before.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. The process pond has been, berm's been enlarged and strengthened. And there's considerable freeboard there that wasn't there before. And a check dam, a two-stage sedimentation dam has been constructed down in the southeast area with a straw bale sediment trap. Yeah, a filter, a discharge point that won't allow sedimentation to leave the area. But yeah, essentially everything in Mr. Russell's documentation has been addressed, with the exception of the signed document that goes into the 112C application.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I can be available for any follow-up questions.
I do have a question for you. How did you land on the $1,000 per day when the range is 100 to 1,000?
Yeah, so the statute range is $100 to $1,000 per day. Met with my supervisor as well as Russ Means, program manager, and we felt with the seriousness of the event leading to a complaint 4 miles downstream, we felt like the maximum should be taken in this scenario. However, we based on all the good faith efforts, that's why we're recommending suspension of the large majority of that civil penalty, where the operator submits the amendment application and then therefore that suspended civil penalty amount goes away after completion of the corrective actions.
Okay. I'm just noticing it that the potential penalty amount is larger than their existing bond. So is there any like relation to if they didn't get it done, that's maybe how much money it would
That wasn't factored.
That's not a factor, just that it was notified this far downstream and therefore.
And just real quick, there was some discussion about the southern pit and potentially authorizing activities to be allowed there during this process. So just from this image here, I'll try and get the pointer to work. This is the southern pit, or the road-based pit, as the operator calls it. And this is the northern pit and the process pond stockpile. So this is pretty isolated from it. They have done during the inspection, I observed a drainage culvert leading from the southern permit leading into the wetlands there, which is actually a part of the permit as well on that tributary. And part of the corrective actions was to prevent offsite sedimentation. And that's what that two-stage sediment basin that they had been describing that has been completed. So therefore, I feel very, very confident that the southern pit is buttoned up, and if the board wishes, you could allow activity to occur there.
Is it pretty I'm thinking about that timeline from the citizen complaint to the time in which they could have notified the division. Is it pretty standard that if you receive a citizen complaint, that's kind of where you stand on this failure to notify thing? Because it typically would be fairly impossible every time, right?
Yes. So that is part of the statute that the operator promises to comply with through their performance.
Right.
And in this case, the quick turnaround time with having a fishery impacted, we felt immediate response on the inspection, and therefore that does kind of shortchange that. However, based on those photos of that secondary drain, so in this image is that overview, it's the one on the right, and then this is a photo looking up gradient of it. That fine sediment was dried out, so understanding that this may not have been the first time that there was a discharge offsite based on the evidence there, because the discharge that occurred in that secondary channel
So there could have been other discharges where the operator could have informed us. That's all speculative, but just something to keep in mind. The 24-hour might not be appropriate.
Right. Thank you. I think that that's also just always an important element to know that in any neighboring practice that you have, a grievance management system, whether it's formal or informal, and that's just really wonderful for the public and all stakeholders to be aware of, and that it is responsive.
Totally.
So, yeah.
Madam, this is Russ Means for the division. I think it's the first time we've been accused of being too fast. But to kind of dovetail on Elliot's testimony, the division has no issues and stuff with modifying that cease and desist and stuff to allow them to do anything, everything they can, except for those areas impacted by this particular action. So the cease and desist order could be just very narrow in scope in that, and we have no issue with that. And on the civil penalty, as always, you guys have the discretion and stuff to do as you wish on that. So we just had to have a starting point, and based on the environmental impact and stuff, that's where we kind of came down on the slightly on the heavy side, but that's your discretion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll close the hearing. Have discussion. Any thoughts? I think we ought to,
Sort of three.
what's that?
Well, there's sort of three things for discussion that
Right.
came up. There's the potential of taking out that the notification timeline, talking about the civil penalty amount, and then the pulling of the cease and
Right.
desist order there. So there's sort of those three additional elements to discuss. Kevin?
I think we ought to certainly let them utilize that gravel portion of it, and and I like their attentiveness to the problem. I mean, they got right on it, and I would recommend even a lesser civil penalty than suggested here. I don't know what that number would be, but I think it would be open for discussion.
I agree, John. I agree that that we should not apply the cease and desist order to that southeast pit. And given the response and how much work they've done to try and address this, a lesser civil penalty, I think is appropriate.
Do you have a suggestion?
I mean, the division already knocked off a pretty substantial amount, but I mean, even $1,000, it could be appropriate.
1,000?
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, you want to formulate a,
So just a question on that. So the civil penalty, so right now it's 1,000 per day, which equals 41,000
Yes.
with all but 2,500 suspended. So are you suggesting 1,000 period? That's-
Help with 1,000 suspended.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the 41,000 still stands, but is that?
It does.
With all
guess
but
we have-
1,000
there's-
suspended, right?
Exactly.
Go ahead, I didn't hear you, Forrest.
With all but 1,000 suspended.
Okay, so there's still a $41,000 out there if they don't do all of the work in the time thing, but we're gonna ask for $1,000 instead of 2,500. Right?
okay, somebody want to,
Then I agree with allowing the mining on the southeast pit, I think. Not only the mine, but the county probably needs that.
And some thoughts about this, under the violations, the fourth violation about CRS 34-32-5-121 for failure to notify the division. Do we consider upholding that based on the fact that there's potentially other opportunities that have happened, that it was a citizen complaint, that it had some downstream impacts? There was just a request to not include that in one of the violations, given the time frame that he had to respond in this sense.
I thought it would be included in the violation. It's it's kind of a done deal and as explained by the division, that it was the notification of a complaint, not a notification by the company, the operator. So it still exists as a violation, but I don't know that there's any punitive action that would be taken as a result of that. Unless we require them to do some sort of monitoring on a regular basis. And I don't know that that's really a practical way to do it.
You know, I think it should be included in there just because it was kind, you know, they didn't intend it to happen, but it happened. It was a process breakdown. So I think it should go in there.
Well, and the way that the civil penalties are assessed, it just says that it's kind of based on any person who violates any provision of a permit. So to your point, Karen, it doesn't really taking one of those things out doesn't really change the civil penalties assessed. It is just therefore within the record. Okay.
And I recognize in Teller County, you know, they have a limited amount of time that you can utilize gravel. And with the winter months coming on, you know, I think whatever they can do to help Road and Bridge out, and if there are other things that are kind of weather dependent, that they've done enough to meet the requirements, that we drop that cease and desist and let them get on with the business of meeting those needs that they have.
In the amended application to increase the size, were there any questions about, I can't.
They probably just need to increase the size of the pond and that'll be done.
Right, so
It can't
that's.
be done right away. It's
Yeah,
they got
that's not,
90 days to do that.
there wasn't a lot of discussion about that.
Ready for a motion?
Is everyone looking at me?
Yeah.
I move that the board find a violation of CRS 3432.5 4H for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and of the surrounding area and to the quality and quantity of water and surface and groundwater systems, both during and after the mining operation and during reclamation. For CRS 3432.5 4I for failure to protect areas outside of the affected lands from slides or damages occurring during mining operation and reclamation. For CRS 32.5 for failure to notify the division of a failure or imminent failure as soon as reasonably practicable after such person has knowledge of such condition or of any impoundment, embankment, or slope that poses a reasonable potential for danger to any persons or property, and CRS 3432.5 for failure to follow the conditions of an order, permit, or regulation. That we affirm the existing cease and desist order prohibiting any further mining activities except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, protect public health and safety until corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division, except that the cease and desist order will not apply to the southeast pit, which is used for road base for Teller County. That we require the operators to submit an amendment application to increase the size of the current 112C reclamation permit to include the affected lands outside of the approved permit boundary. The operator shall submit the amendment application within 90 days of the effective date of the board order with all material in approvable form within statutory deadlines. The amendment application shall address appropriate process pond designs and control measures to prevent further discharges. That we assess a civil penalty of $1,000 per day for a violation of 41 days for a civil penalty amount of $41,000 with all but $1,000 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective action. Payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order unless otherwise specified in the board order, which I don't think it should specify anything different. Where corrective actions are not completed by the corrective action date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for completion of the corrective action. Failure to timely submit any due and unpaid civil penalties shall result in immediate submittal of such penalties to state collections.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay. I think unless we have objection from somebody, we may adjourn for lunch for,
I'll second.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. If that's all right. I don't hear any complaints, do I? Item number 12.
Well, do you want to put
Take
it
care
up
of
on
6
Oh,
and 7 first.
If anybody's here, 10, 6 and.
6 and 7.
Yeah, is there anyone here representing item 6 or 7 on our, and 7 on our agenda? Rudy Fontenary? Anybody? Okay, not seeing anyone.
I think we've got.
Let the record reflect it. There was no one in attendance at this time from the Fontenary issue. I'm not loud enough. Anyway, just let the record reflect that we again tried to find somebody that was interested in the Fontenary issue, and no one acknowledged that they were here. So with that, we will now move on to.
Hold on.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a brief record, it is like you're saying, 12:45. I will just note that the board received a motion filed yesterday at 3 o'clock, and the motion from Mr. Fontenary's attorney, Mr. Henderson, requested to combine motions for placement and hearing on the November board agenda. That is on page 12 of their motion. In addition, Part H on page 14 is again asking for the administrative combination of the Fontenary motions and that they be set for the hearing at the board meeting of November 2019, which is what we're at today. I would request that the board under Rule 2.9.3 deny the petitions filed by Mr. Henderson. And specifically the Rule 2.9.3 is the board may grant or deny the petition based solely on the written submittal in support of the petition or written opposition thereto. I did file a motion seeking to respond to their motion petitions. I think on its face, the board can deny those motions. It does not have to. Again, there's 2.9.4 is the automatic denial of petitions. The board can simply not rule on anything, and within 60 days, if the board takes no other action, the petition shall be deemed denied. So just to put a little bit more meat on the record, just because we may hear from them again at some point, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Again, I don't want to belabor this point. I know we have a full agenda, but do want to just make sure we get this wrapped up.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Do we need to make a motion on that?
Yeah. We will have to, if that's the pleasure of the board, somebody will need to do that.
Do you have any thoughts on it?
I always lean toward, kind of leaving the door open a little bit, but this one, I think they've had adequate notice and time, and
Okay.
I just don't want us to reflect that we don't want to listen to people.
Okay. Chuck, from your legal standpoint, any thoughts?
I think as Scott pointed out, it's well within the board's discretion to go ahead and deny the motions. There is an automatic denial after they're deemed denied
60
after
days.
60 days. But given that, as late as yesterday afternoon, they filed a motion asking for their motions to be combined and heard today, and then no one's here.
Did they get the wrong date by chance?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't speak to that. I'm happy to I guess continue this for this hearing if we want. If you want to call it again at the end of today and possibly tomorrow, I'm fine with that. Just want to kind of lay all the options out there for the board on this.
Would it be prudent to lay it on the table and before we close the meeting tomorrow, see?
Roll on it.
Would that be fair?
Fine by me.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
That. Okay, Black Mountain Sand. Need to address anything like preparing agreements and stuff.
Just a pre-hearing order. I guess
You need to visit about that a minute.
What's that?
Do you need to visit about that a minute?
No, I mean, Jason Music was the pre-hearing. So he'll present the
Okay.
draft pre-hearing order.
Okay. Okay, I guess, why don't we have all those that intend to testify or participate in this issue stand and be sworn? Does everyone promise to tell the truth? Okay, thank you.
Jason Music with the division. First of all, before we get into it, I'm the served as the pre-hearing conference officer for the board in this matter of the 112C amendment application number 1. And I'm presenting to you the draft pre-hearing board order for your adoption or not. That draft pre-hearing board order was sent out on November 4th and then revised. I believe you all received a copy of that. However, it is my understanding that there has been discussions concerning times and items and the layout of those. Jeff has been in a part of those discussions, so I'll let him kind of talk about that.
Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division, who is staff to the board in this matter, just to clarify that we are your staff. We're not a party to this matter. As Jason indicated, you have a copy of the draft pre-hearing order in your packet. Starting on page 5, it outlines the hearing process and set forth the issues for consideration by the board today. I have had some discussions with counsel for the 3 objecting parties. Again, just trying to get a sense of duration of this hearing, remaining issues, and see if the parties were able to narrow either the issues or the time in which they have to present. Rather than summarize my conversations, I think it's best to if I just the parties' attorneys to inform the board any modifications to the presentation times. Right now, it's set at, for objecting parties, 210 total minutes, so 3.5 hours. It's my understanding that they will not need that much time. I have not had similar conversations with applicant on their 45-minute presentation, and I know division's going to stick with their 30-minute presentation, but I'll defer to the objecting parties on any other modifications they have before the board adopts the hearing order.
See what he's talking about.
Good afternoon. My name's Stuart Corbridge. I'm a licensed attorney in Colorado. I'm here along with the Bijou Irrigation Company and Bijou Irrigation District representatives. With respect to the issue that Jeff raised, I anticipate that our testimony will be less than the hour that we asked for, and we'll strive to do that. I do have a procedural question about the pre-hearing order and the process. In putting together the materials for Bijou, I identified potential witnesses based on my sort of court vision of me being the attorney and them being witnesses, but I also anticipate that to expedite things, I could provide some remarks and background that would be faster for the board than me asking one of the witnesses questions and having him elicit that same information. I don't have myself identified as a witness per se, but wonder if that's something that the board is acceptable to the board.
That's fine, I think.
And if there are questions, you can certainly address them to me, or if we feel like it needs to go to the Bijou's representative who's testifying, we can do that as well.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Corver, Petros and White, on behalf of Equus Farms. We can cut our time down to about 5 minutes. We'll be up and down about then. And Morgan County Quality Water has been kind enough to let us go first out of order so that our main witness can get out of town in time.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Matt Machado. I'm here I'm a licensed attorney representing Morgan County Quality Water District. I think we were down for about 2 hours. we've worked out a number of issues with the applicant, and we think we can get it down to about a half hour now.
Members of the board, my name's Alan Curtis. I'm with White and Jankowski here on behalf of the applicant, Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC. I think we're going to stick with the time we have. I think we had 45 minutes allocated, including cross, and that should be sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is Chuck Hoyman from the Attorney General's office. I just wanted to, on the record, clarify that Ms. Van Noord has recused herself from this matter, so she won't be participating.
Again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Again, to reiterate, division staff is going to keep to the timelines they asked for in the pre-hearing order. So they'll give a brief introduction, just kind of setting the table as to why this matter has been set for the board. And they'll keep their 30 minutes presentation time. Thanks. So I guess, Chuck, does the board need to take action on the hearing order?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You're probably right. So we need a motion to accept the pre-hearing order.
Yeah, with the amendments to the timing.
Somebody make that motion, please.
I move we accept the pre-hearing order with the amendments to the time as just described.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Peter Hayes with the Division of Reclamation, here to provide the staff introduction. For formal public hearing, consideration of a 112C permit application amendment with objections, Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC, Lost Creek Mine, amendment number 1, file number M 2018-051. The brief summary of the amendment application. Again, the applicant is Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC. The proposed permit area is 2,215 acres, 215.59 acres. Proposed affected area is 1,796 acres. The primary commodity to be mined will be industrial sand for hydraulic fracking, and Black Mountain Land LP is the private landowner for the surface and subsurface. Proposed mining operation will be a surface open pit using conventional mining techniques, including dozers, loaders, excavators, and trucks. The on-site processing will consist of a wash sand processing plant. The post-mine land use, proposed post-mine land use is rangeland, which is also the current land use for the property. The division estimated the required financial warranty at $19.5 million. That figure has been accepted by the applicant. This is a location map based on the Google Earth image. The site is located in Weld County between Rogan and Wiggins, Colorado. It is located north of I-70. That's that darker orange line. That's I-70 there. And then it is located just west of the intersection of I-70 and Highway 34. Empire Reservoir, which we'll hear about today, is located to the northwest of the proposed mine site. Oh, sorry, 76. You're absolutely right. I apologize. The location map from the amendment application provided by the applicant, the blue line indicates the permit boundary, and the red line indicates the affected land boundary. The summary of the proposed mining plan: the site would be mined in phases in yearly blocks with concurrent reclamation. Estimated 35-year life of mine, producing 2.4 million tons of sand Again, I'll be using conventional surface mining techniques. No groundwater will be exposed during the operation. And the applicant has committed to stay 2 feet above the groundwater level. 1 to 2 feet
Quick question, was that 2.4 million tons per year or total?
total.
Total? Okay.
Oh, sorry, per year, I apologize. Per year.
Per year, okay.
1 to 2 feet of topsoil will be salvaged and stockpiled during the mining operation. Again, this proposed mine site will produce hydraulic fracking sands. All mine material will be sent through a sand wash processing plant. No acidic or toxic materials will be mined or used in processing. A minimum 200-foot setback will be established from the permit boundary. High walls will be excavated in benches at an overall 3-to-1 grade. No mining activity will occur in the Hay Gulch aquifer that is located just to the west of the proposed mine site, and you'll hear about that today from the objectors. The green line on this map, right there, that is the estimated eastern boundary of the Hay Gulch aquifer. And the proposed post-mine land use is rangeland. There will be concurrent reclamation. The excess unsellable material will be used to backfill and grade the mine slopes at a 5-to-1 slope. And the slopes will be contoured into the surrounding topography. No high walls will remain after reclamation. The 1 to 2 foot of salvaged topsoil will be replaced. The site will be revegetated with native grasses. The proposed seed mixture is on the right side of the slide. And finally, the processing plant will be demolished during reclamation. This is a chronology of the application and amendment application review period. This is pretty lengthy. This is an unusual situation where we had an open application under review and the applicant submitted an amendment to that existing application. So we had to go through 2 completeness reviews, 2 accuracy reviews, 2 public comments. I'll try to skip over the less important details. So the original Lost Creek 112C application was submitted on October 3rd, 2018. The division issued 3 incompleteness letters. The first on October 16th, 2018. Again on December 21st, 2018. And the third one on March 11th, 2019. The applicant responded to all incompleteness issues, and on March 25th, 2019, the application was called complete by the division. That established a decision due date of June 23rd, 2019, and the end of public comment period on May 9th, 2019. On March 25th, 2019, the division received an objection letter from Morgan County Quality Water District. That letter was forwarded to the applicant. On May 3rd, 2019, the applicant notified the division they intended to modify their application to address stakeholders' questions and concerns. On May 9th, 2019, letters of objection from Equus Farms, Inc. and Bijou Irrigation District were received by the division. Those letters were forwarded to the applicant. On June 10th, 2019, the Lost Creek 112C application amendment, AM01, was received by the division. 1 incompleteness letter was issued on June 24th, 2019. The applicant addressed those incompleteness issues, and on July 11th, 2019, the division called the application amendment complete. That established a new decision date of October 9th, 2019, and an end of public comment period of August 23rd, 2019. On August 27th, the division issued its first advocacy letter for the amendment application. That was followed by another advocacy letter on September 20th of 2019. The applicant provided all information to address the concerns of the division on October 3rd, 2019. On October 9th, the applicant submitted an extension request to decision date until November 14th, 2019. On October 9th, the division mailed a copy of the notice of formal board hearing, pre-hearing conference, and recommendation date for the Lost Creek Mine Amendment application amendment, excuse me. On October 23rd, the division mailed the division's rationale and recommendation to approve the Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC application amendment. On October 30th, 2019, the pre-hearing conference was held at the division's office. All three objecting parties attended the hearing. The reason we're here today is pursuant to Rule 1.4.9, Parent 1, Parent 2, which are abbreviated in the slide. If timely and sufficient objection or petition for a hearing is received, the office sets the application for consideration at a hearing before the board. And Parent 3 of that rule states the board shall make a final decision on the application. That concludes my introduction. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Just for reference to for the board, on page 2 of the pre-hearing order is the outline of the issues, the remaining issues. They have to do with hydrology, mining reclamation plan, and wildlife. And so those are the kind of the sideboards on today's hearing as far as issues raised by objecting parties that they want consideration by the board. Thank you.
Who's up next?
Black Mountain.
Sorry. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Oh. Got some big water lines here. Ray Petros came from.
Okay. I'm Brittany Schmann. I'm here representing Black Mountain.
Kira Koff from Mill Creek Engineering. We are Black Mountain's owner's engineer.
Pete Kowaleski with Tierra Group, who are also working on behalf of Black Mountain.
Alan Curtis again for White Jankowski.
Okay.
What we wanted to do was just kind of give a brief overview of our project and what we've turned into the state regarding our permit 2018-051 and also the amendment. So maybe reiterating a few things that Peter Hayes said. Project boundary, a little over 2,200 acres. The affected lands area is what we plan on mining. It's industrial proppant or sand used in the oil and gas industry for completing wells. So this, again, Weld County, 3491 is the intersection just north of Highway 7691. Kind of a brief overview of our facility design and our operations. We're putting all of our processing equipment in an enclosed building. We're putting our final product in an enclosed building as well. That product is then transferred over to silos. They have negative pressure valves, so trucks drive under. The sand gets put into the trucks using those negative pressure valves. Kind of helps with any sort of dust mitigation or dust issues. We're doing natural vegetation buffers. We're using the 200-foot buffer around the property boundary. Using front-end loaders, dozers, excavators, kind of traditional mining equipment. Open pit mining, we're no crushing, no blasting, literally digging sand out of the ground, washing it, drying it, and either putting it in our product storage facility or we're putting it back into the ground after that. Concurrent reclamation as we move into years, as Peter mentioned, it's roughly a 35-year mine plan. We have blocks. Certain blocks are for so many years, and as we get enough sand out of our initial kind of mine area, we will then start reclaiming as we continue to mine. Long-term stockpiles have been located west of the buildings to kind of help minimize dust as well. So we've taken into consideration, several people's comments on dust and the way that we're placing our stockpiles. We're placing them in front of facilities to kind of help with any sort of potential dust. We're using kind of our facilities to block anything that may travel further east. We are doing some paving. So we are upgrading County Road 91 and adding in turn lanes coming from the west and to the east on Highway 34. We're working with CDOT on that, and that's a whole kind of county issue. But we did a traffic study. The upgrade on County Road or on Highway 34, they wanted us to put in one turn lane. We had discussions with objectors and kind of the surrounding landowners. They were requesting that we put in an additional turn lane to the east to kind of help with safety. Black Mountain has agreed to put in that turn lane as well. Again, upgrading County Road 91, part of our processing like road entrance, some of the parking in the area is all going to be paved. Also, some of the Hall Road, a portion of the Hall Road is going to be paved to kind of minimize any sort of potential dust issues. This is just kind of an overview of a typical pit cross section. We will be mining at no greater than a 3-to-1 slope, and then coming back and regrading at roughly a 5-to-1, a much more gentle slope, good for wildlife, erosion control, etc. So our water source, so Black Mountain Land is the owner. Black Mountain Land purchased property that has water rights. So Black Mountain Land Company they're working it out with Black Mountain Sand Weld, but the water is coming from 5 or 6 wells that we are going through a change of use process on through the Groundwater Commission. Those current wells are under irrigation. So what we're doing is we are now going and applying for water rights to be a multi-use permit. So for irrigation, for our mining facility, dust, etc. So this map kind of shows where those water wells are and kind of our proposed route running that water from Lost Creek over to our facility to support our facility. And then
Pete Kowaleski. I'm going to speak a little bit about some of the hydrology related issues. As we talked about, the project has been designed incorporating input from stakeholders to look to mitigate any potential impacts to the groundwater resource. So as we had mentioned, all of the mining activities will be located outside of the Hay Gulch Basin, which has been identified as a significant asset requiring protection. And so the Hay Gulch boundary, if you look to the right, right over there, the light blue line kind of running kind of an arc fashion is the limit of the Hay Gulch boundary. And that's defined both by the surface topography as well as bedrock topography. This is an alluvial aquifer that is of concern, meaning that the water that basically comes in through the surface of the ground works vertically through the soil until it hits the bedrock contact and then migrates to the low points defined by the bedrock surface. So there are slight differences between the topographic high points of the ground surface and the bedrock surface. So we're staying outside of that Hay Gulch boundary. More importantly, all mining will be completed above the water table. So there are no anticipated impacts to groundwater levels due to potential dewatering. Black Mountain has committed to staying at least 2 feet above high water levels that will be measured through a monitoring program that will be instituted prior to the beginning of operations. So as we talked about actual groundwater monitoring, we do have a program that will consist of 10 groundwater monitoring wells, 6 that are within the permitted project boundary. One of the challenges here is that we'll be mining through a large part of the areas. So identifying areas around the perimeter of the site that allows us to gain long-term records of groundwater levels for monitoring that will start prior to site construction and will be carried forth through operations to identify any potential impacts. The proposal is to add an additional groundwater monitoring well once the processing facility is constructed. That monitoring well will be in close proximity to the process facility to allow monitoring there. We'll be using transducers to allow a continuous record of groundwater levels to be monitored. And then as per the permit stipulations, we will be required to quarterly sample for water quality and report out those results to the state. One of the other concerns that was identified were potential impacts to the Empire Reservoir, which was located to the northeast or east-northeast of the project. As we mentioned before, all the mining done here will be above the regional water table, so there will not be any localized depression of the water table due to dewatering by a pit. So maintaining our mining level above there mitigates any potential impact. There's no blasting or crushing activities proposed as a part of this project, so vibration issues or anything of the sort that could potentially impact the actual dam structure have been mitigated as well. The processing facility will be using a water recycling program to minimize or maximize the reuse of water and minimize the need for freshwater inputs to the program. And then, as we had mentioned, there'll be on-site dust abatement to mitigate any potential dust migration towards the Empire Reservoir as well. Here's just a plan view and cross-section kind of illustrating what we were talking about regarding the impacts to the Empire Reservoir. In the cross-section on the bottom, the Empire Reservoir elevation is all the way to the right, and maximum elevation is called out on the lower right-hand side there. And you can see the proposed mining operations are above the Empire Reservoir elevation. And then more importantly, there is all the mining will be done above the water table. The water table in there is an estimated or cartooned in as we're continuing to collect data to define those elevations, but all mining activity will be above the water table.
Here, Kopp, I'm going to just discuss a couple more details. We did do some surveys at this site. No federal T&E species were found at the site or potential habitat for those T&E species. There was one state T&E species that was discovered having potential habitat. Burrowing owl habitat surveys were done. There's minimal areas of suitable habitat. There are some nests that were discovered. Because of that, Black Mountain has committed to conducting additional burrowing owl surveys prior to starting initial construction at the site of the facility, as well as before they enter into any of the new mining areas to make sure that they're not disturbing any burrowing owls. And if they're found, they'll work with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and abide by the 150-foot buffers for those. Migratory birds and bald eagles, no nests were discovered within the survey area. Black Mountain has received some initial information that there could be some eagles at the Empire Reservoir. So Black Mountain has committed to conducting surveys prior to entering into those potential buffer areas, as well as abiding by those buffer areas if the nests are found. A Class 1 cultural survey was completed. No cultural resources or historic properties were discovered. Historical use of the site is well established and no significant features intersect the project area. There are also no jurisdictional wetlands that were identified during the wetland survey. The project has been designed using best management practices. These include the use of site-specific stormwater pollution prevention plan, a spill prevention control and countermeasures plan, as well as stormwater controls, groundwater, lighting plans, road improvements, noise abatement, dust abatement, concrete reclamation, site paving, fencing for safety, and a noxious weed management plan. Just a couple details of some of the BMPs. For stormwater controls, like they mentioned earlier, there is enclosed processing, so the stormwater can't come into contact with the equipment. There's also enclosed material storage, so the stormwater can't come in contact with the final product. There's berms to direct stormwater away from the pits and the process water ponds. There's a minimum 200-foot vegetated buffer area around the project and around the facility. There's small settling ponds that will temporarily detain stormwater at the fueling station and at the pit areas for hydrocarbon inspection prior to any discharge. And they, have committed to getting both a construction and an operation stormwater management plan and having a stormwater management plan on site during construction. Dust abatement, just really quickly, they have committed to all disturbed areas will be wetted as often as possible during the construction of the facility. The access road, the truck loadout, and the paved parking and the parking lot will be paved. County Road 91 will be paved from 300 feet past the access of the site all the way to Highway 34. And a small portion of the haul road inside the pits will be paved, as well as all the haul roads will be watered, and they will have reduced speeds to reduce erosion. Concurrent reclamation to reduce disturbed footprint. The backfill stockpile and the plant feed stockpile will be composed of wet materials and will be watered as needed. The dried material will be located within fully enclosed plants. They won't be open to the environment. The storage silos have negative pressure both for filling the silos and for filling the trucks, and water trucks will be available for dust suppression site at all times. Some of the reclamation details, obviously concurrent reclamation, the backfill materials will be filled in benches for future stability using truck compaction techniques. The regraded areas will match existing topography and drainage. The final slopes will be a 5-to-1 or gentler, seeded with a county-approved non-irrigated seed mix following the county seeding guidelines. They'll be returning the land to rangeland post-use. There will be a noxious weed management plan on site, and they will remove the facility and the access road to that facility. Black Mountain has received some information that leaving the office and the warehouse buildings and the access to those would be helpful to future rangeland uses. So that is the current plan. Some of the good neighbor benefits and practices for this site: it brings in 145 long-term jobs. It provides a local tax base. It will provide a local supply for the oil and gas industry. They have a 95% water recycle program. They're doing a groundwater monitoring program, public road utilities, and they will be utilizing their local resources for build-outs. Any questions for us?
In the final reclamation profile, how deep below the original ground will you have reclaimed that area? If you get my question.
You mean, are we going to be leaving holes in the ground?
Yeah, how deep, I guess.
So it varies. The recovery rate is about 50%. So they'll be taking 50% out and putting about 50% back. Part of the reclamation will be grading that so that it kind of slopes in gently and has drainage in it. So it's not just a giant depression in the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, I think every effort will be made to maintain basically a free draining surface as a closure, that we're not leaving holes in the ground.
Okay. Yeah. So it'll drain through then.
It will be designed to drain through. It's not being designed to hold water.
Okay.
Okay. I guess we're good for now. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, I have a question.
This is the hard part. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We'll just have a question here. Hold it right there. You're okay. Go ahead.
When you're doing your seeding, how many years do you plan to keep seeding until there's a take? Is it not just have you built in, because it takes more than 1 year of seeding to get a good growth?
So they've committed to seeding until it's seeded and released. So if it takes more than one seeding, they'll do more than one seeding.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is Stuart Corbett for the record. Just for clarification purposes, maybe this can help expedite. In part based on comments that Bijou made, Black Mountain has proposed a monitoring plan. We appreciate that. We've had discussions about whether the commitment to keep mining operations 2 feet above the groundwater table is the highest measured groundwater table based on the program or sort of a floating groundwater table. It's my understanding, Bijou's understanding, from prior discussions with Black Mountain, that they're basing it on the highest measured level, but I don't think I've ever seen that in writing in a while. So
Yeah, so we've committed to staying 2 feet above and establishing a high water baseline. We're not committing to saying one pinpoint in the ground is at this number. We have to we're going to collectively use our monitoring information along with several other items, whether it's contours, bedrock depth, et cetera, to kind of run models to establish a baseline, a high water level baseline. 4 quarters of data will establish kind of if there is some sort of inflow or outflow of water across this whole area. But to say that you can pinpoint a monitoring well at location A and 1,600 acres further south it doesn't make sense to establish just one kind of mark. So we're willing to run the models and use multiple data sets to establish that high level mark based on the 4 quarters of data and kind of the seasonality of maybe the water flow. That's kind of what we've committed to.
Important to note. Sorry. Pete Kowalski. Important to note as well that the permit does not allow them to mine down below the water table. So if during operations groundwater is encountered, they need to back off and basically backfill and end up above the water table. So the idea is through monitoring is to establish what those water levels are, what those elevations are across the site, stay 2 feet above.
you guys say that you are planning to take data from the transducers or online wells, or how are you planning to do it?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. We're still getting quotes and kind of working through that, but it's probably easier on Black Mountain to just put in transducers. So that's probably how we will collect it.
And what's your plan for distribution of the data so it's available for each of that?
Yeah,
data that seems to be maybe having it available in the file.
Yeah, I mean, Black Mountain is committed to sharing information. We've established and discussed this quite a few times that we're fine sharing the data with some of our local surrounding landowners. And so we're happy to do that. The state requires an annual reporting, but we have to test quarterly. So I think we can probably share on the times that we collect at a kind of a basis to share that data with you guys. And then but like I said, this kind of we've committed to sharing that information, and I'm happy to kind of finalize that with you guys.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. Again, my name is Tom Corver on behalf of Equus Farms. Equus Farms is an adjacent landowner. If you noticed on the diagram, it had some, for lack of a better word, crop circles north of the property. Well, those are Equus's crop circles. So its main interest in this matter and its main objection deals with board rule number 3.1.6, water general requirements, and specifically 3.1.61, which says hydrology and water quality, disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and the surrounding area, and to the quality or quantity, quantity or quality of water in surface and groundwater systems, both during and after the mining operation and during reclamation, shall be minimized by measures including but not limited to, and this is the most important one, to EQUIS subsection A, compliance with applicable Colorado water laws and regulations governing injury to existing water rights. Now, one of the requirements to avoid injury to water rights is when you go through a change of water rights. As Black Mountain discussed, they're going to change, I believe it's 6 or 7 of their current wells from irrigation to other uses, is to limit those changed water rights to historic consumptive use. In other words, as you move forward, you can only divert as much water as you did in the past.
What they're talking about is something from the Colorado Groundwater Commission. It's a historical consumptive use analysis that this board doesn't have jurisdiction. It would exceed their statutory authority, and it's irrelevant. And if Mr. Coots is going to present some information on that, it also is something that hasn't been disclosed. I think what he's essentially going to argue to you is that the commission's number is not correct, and ask you to take this into consideration, and I submit beyond this board's jurisdiction.
May I respond?
Briefly, I would clarify where you're headed.
Well, I tell you exactly where I'm headed. The board has a rule, and I decided it to you. The board must ensure there is compliance with applicable Colorado water laws and regulations governing injury to existing water rights, which leaves this board with 2 potential choices. One is there's currently no evidence before this board that there will be no injury. That would mean that you would have to deny the application. We have no desire, Equus Farms has no desire that you deny this particular application, but Equus Farms does want to propose a term and condition such that whatever, I'm just going to paraphrase here, whatever the Groundwater Commission decides is something that is going to be binding on Black Mountain. If you do not either accept that term and condition or deny the application, essentially your rulemaking is, or your decision is arbitrary and capricious, because you only have the choice specifically stated in your regulation.
But the user's only entitled to use the water that the state engineer or the groundwater commission allows them to do. And so in other words, the amount of usage, the amount of water usage, regardless of what the use is still limited to that decree. So I don't see that where that puts us in jeopardy, because the groundwater commission or the state engineer's office is going to make that determination, in my opinion.
I understand that, but with due respect, you also have to make that determination.
But we usually do that based on, we do that based on that kind of information. We're not hydrologists.
Understand that as well. The problem is you have to make that determination today, and there's nothing to make that determination on. We are basically proposing a term and condition, and I can read it to you later if you would like, that basically puts that decision in the future. It basically says that you can approve this application if those conditions are met by the Groundwater Commission. But without that, you can't essentially make the finding that you're required to under your regulations.
I think our responsibility is to approve the permit and ensure that whatever the Division of Water Resources decides is enforced. I don't think it's up to us to make that determination at this point.
And if you will let us go through our testimony, I think that's exactly the solution I'm proposing at the very end of this.
What length are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
What kind of timeline are you talking about? I have to agree with my colleague here. We rely pretty heavily on the state engineer's office, and I mean, that's their job. And, we reach out to Water Quality Control Commission. We reach out to the Department of Parks and Wildlife. We reach out to, you know. what we need, and
CDPHE.
That's what we do here.
It's not our job to do their jobs. Our job
I
is to
turn
do
you
our
down, you're
job.
Turned down regardless of what we do.
I understand your position, but again, respectfully, that still begs the question of what evidence do you have in the record to date? I've reviewed the state engineer's letter in response to their request for your request to them for comments, and there's nothing in there that says that condition under 3.1.61A will be met. And I'm happy to read the proposed term.
If it's not, then it's on the operator and it's on DRMS to enforce that. But it's not for us to make that decision today.
Then you have an issue with the language of your regulations, again, with due
I don't think
respect.
so.
Council, I'm just having a hard time understanding what this is Charles Coyman, the AG for the board. Is it your contention that under 3.1.61A, without some demonstration of compliance, some prospective demonstration of compliance with the applicable water laws, that the board can't grant a permit? Is that what you're saying?
It is my position and that of Equus Farms that the board has to make those determinations in order to grant a permit. Just like other determinations the board has to make vis-a-vis reclamation. How long do they have to reseed? They have, the finding has to be made by this board that there will be compliance with applicable Colorado water laws and regulations governing injury to existing water rights.
Yeah, I don't think that's what, I mean, a call on compliance with water rights that's beyond the board's expertise and jurisdiction.
That definition would blow up the whole permitting process. We'd never be able to permit any operation in the state under that.
Well, again, respectfully, then you have a problem with your regulation because it does say water general requirements, and that is a quick requirement of permit issuance. And again, I'm perfectly happy to, I don't want to get ahead of myself and read something into the record that you don't want to hear. But I think our solution to that, a term and condition that we can propose be included with your determination, can resolve all of that. And I'm happy to read that to you.
Let's do that.
Equus would propose the following language as a term and condition. Black Mountain's 112C application and 112C application amendment will comply with Colorado Mine Reclamation Board Rule 3.1.61A upon the issuance of a final non-appealable determination by the Colorado Groundwater Commission regarding the historic consumptive use of Black Mountain well numbers. And I just listed the numbers of the wells that they're proposing to include in their change application. In other words, I'm proposing language that would let you do exactly what you want to do, which is to make it the determination under your regulations apply to a determination made down the road by the Groundwater Commission, who you believe has more expertise in this matter.
There's no question they do.
So under that doctrine, we'd have to do the same with every other organization in the state, right?
You would have to make some finding on the record as to the 3.1.6
I don't think
water
so.
requirements.
I don't think so.
He's suggesting that none of your permits become final until some agency that now doesn't have expertise over what you do says. And so you've got a problem both directions. He's asking you to hold off issuing the final permit until the Groundwater Commission does something, and they don't have authority to control that. For the same reason you don't have authority to assess water issues in a designated basin as part of this proceeding. I'm assuming there'll just be a term and condition under the rules that says you have to comply with that. And it will be Black Mountain's job to demonstrate that compliance.
Black Mountain is, we still have roughly maybe 2 weeks, and we're working directly with Equus Farms and have been continuing working with them regarding our feedback. He has been working with our engineer from Linder Rice on trying to figure out exactly where they're getting their numbers and where they're different. And Black Mountain is completely committed to doing that, and we still have 2 weeks in which Equus can provide an objection under the groundwater commission if they aren't happy with the results that the groundwater commission has put in place. So there's still some time if that's the route that they want to take, then, there is another entity at the groundwater commission in which they can object, and then we'll continue to go through that process and run the groundwater.
And I don't disagree with that at all. But this board also has a responsibility, and again, respectfully, you rely to a certain extent, to a very large extent, on what your staff does, on what the division does. And the division puts forth a very long recommendation on what types of things have to be done in order for the permit to be approved. In this instance, they will talk about things like reclamation and other requirements. Well, this is also a requirement too. And we think it's just as important for you to make that determination as part of your either approval or denial of this application as it is any of the other requirements. I mean, it's in your rules.
It's embedded. We don't have to single that out. And
What I think we need to do here is we'll take this under advisement. We need to move along with the hearing, take it under advisement, and then we can make a determination at a later point.
And I'm happy to provide you with the language that is read to you so that if the board wants to consider that term and condition, it can certainly do so.
I have a little problem with that because it looks like you're holding them to something they can't. You said they can't appeal your decision. I don't think we have the right to take that away from them. I think that's what I heard in your statement.
No, actually.
Without appeal, you said.
Final non-appealable decision of the Groundwater Commission. And essentially what that means is if
I mean, I
me
know
and
what
Black
it means.
Mountain
I'm just
don't
saying that
agree.
there may be other recourse there.
Yeah, understood.
Look, we're going to move on, okay?
Do you want to hear I will say Mr. Coons' testimony will be on the exact same subject that you're now saying we need to move on from.
You have anything you can add that we haven't heard?
Mine would be strictly about the, excuse me, Keith Kuntz, Kuntz. Mine would be strictly technical issues around the evaluation of their historic consumptive use. And wouldn't necessarily venture out of that.
How long was that? I mean, let's hear a little bit of it, I think.
We evaluated their analysis and their application from that was made. The Groundwater Commission basically did a determination for Black Mountain of the amount of water and the value of their water that they were able to that they asked for, the 6 wells that they had on their map there. We reevaluated that using different assumptions than the Groundwater Commission did and put that into a formal letter and have talked now back with Black Mountain trying to work out a different number. We think that they have overestimated the amount of water they have that they can use out of the aquifer. We think it's about 15% too high.
50 or 15?
15, 1 5.
Okay.
15% too high from the total volume of water they have proposed to take out of the aquifer. It's very important to us because we have wells that are in close proximity to these. It's a closed bucket. If they use the water out of it and they use too much, it starts to impact Equus Farms as wells, and over time can erode their ability to continue to irrigate. So we went through basically 3 different conditions and said we didn't like the proposed efficiency of how efficient they've used the water historically. They proposed 60%. We have proposed 80% as a number of one of the inside technical issues here. We have also said that they've analyzed everything on an annual basis, and we have moved that down to daily and monthly analysis that better reflect how they've been farming and how their operations out there have been going. We also have lastly looked at their practices of using power records and how they use those power records over time and to determine the water.
That's a determination that, we can't make. That's something we don't have the information for. You're going to have to work that out with whatever you do with the Groundwater Commission.
But I think
I understand. I think I got your gist of it. I think we got the picture of it. Unless.
Yeah, I think you understand our position and we understand yours.
I've farmed with wells. I know what you're talking about. So.
Yeah, we just, at this point, my main purpose was, it didn't sound like you were interested in that particular information. So, if we need to move on, we need to move on. I just need to make my record.
Okay, let's move along then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Slides up.
Absolutely. Do you have, I don't have anything that I can get up there. Do you have a flash drive?
I don't. You have one? You make one.
All right, perfect. In the meantime, why don't you guys go introduce yourselves?
Okay, we'll do that.
Kent Flagger, General Manager, Morgan County Quality Water District.
And Matt Machado with Lyons Gaddis, and we are the attorneys for Morgan County Quality Water District. The primary reason we are here today is Quality Water, nickname I use for them, has a municipal well field that sits about a mile to the west of the mining area. And we want the board to understand the significance of this this well field, and the potential risks that we see to the well field. With the caveat, I'll put this out there right now. We don't plan to ask for any additional terms and conditions on the permit. There is a statement in the recommendation by the staff that is either ambiguous or perhaps incorrect, and is my glasses, my jacket here. And that statement is on page, this is the October 23rd, 2019 document that's entitled Recommendation to Approve Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC 112 application, again, October 23rd, 2019. And in there on page 5 of 7 at the top, there's a statement that says the division finds the applicant's plan as described in the application amendment shall not impact the underlying Hay Gulch aquifer. Not sure what that means, but to the extent that that is a finding or is proposed as a finding for this board that that this mining plan cannot impact the Hay Gulch aquifer, that remains to be seen, and that that is only going to be known through the monitoring plan, and the monitoring plan is extremely important. And so with that, looks like the slides are ready. Yeah. We go to number. So I'm going to start with Kent, and Kent's going to tell you a little bit about the about quality water, about its formation and its what we call the Krause well field, and this is the well field that's in Hay Gulch. Just for clarification, you're talking about water well field? It's a water well field. Okay.
Potable water.
Okay.
You put up exhibit 8.
I don't have these notes.
Oh.
I only have my own.
Oh, you only have your report.
Yes.
Yeah, this is. Well, I just wanted to put up a map of the district, but you can, Ken, go ahead and you can start discussing.
Just a quick history of what why our water district was founded and what we're about. I've been general manager there since May of 2015. Actually, during the floods in May of 2015, I started when the river was flooding and got the fortune of watching water lines wash down the river as the first week as a general manager there. That was a pleasurable week. Our district was formed in 1976. It is a special district under Colorado law and a public entity. The purpose of forming the district was basically out of necessity for the county of Fort Morgan. We have some severe water quality issues along the South Platte River and the wells on the South Platte River in our county areas. TDS and nitrates become an issue. We had several local dairymen get together and they were seeing a high mortality rate in their calves. And they said, let's look for a better water source to take better care of the animals. I think as an afterthought, they maybe thought their children ought to be drinking better water, but you know how agriculture people can tend to be. And so it was a grassroots campaign started by these area dairy farmers. They found this Krause well field. In 1977, they leased the Krause well field, and it is 2 sections to the east of where the mining is at, if they get the map up there, but it's 2 sections to the east of where the mining is at, and it is in the Hay Gulch Basin. It's in the northeast corner of the Lost Creek Basin, and it's now designated as the Hay Gulch Basin. In 1988, we leased the wells from 77 to 88, and in 88, we completed the purchase of the ranch and the wells that are torn to it.
Should be, if you go up a level, there should be a folder called exhibits. On the flash drive. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Thanks. Well, could you put up? Go ahead and put up, please, number 8. And my goal is, our goal is to get all these exhibits admitted. We'll just go through the exhibits and have them admitted once at the end, if there's no objection. Tell us what this is, Kent.
What you're seeing, the yellow delineates the Hay Gulch Basin, and the wells are indicated by the Ks 1 through 6. Those are our wells in that region. We'll call them all the Krause wells, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those wells are all tied together approximately 2 miles downstream. They're chlorinated at that site, tied together about 2 miles downstream. There's some tanks right near their mining site where the wells supply water into those tanks. From that point forward, it's distributed through our county as one of our sources of water. These wells all have final permits, and we are adjudicated for 1,500 acre feet annually. It is closed basin water, so we don't have to augment them in that area.
2 things. Can you just show the board members where approximately where the mining is in relation to and just clarify the Krause wells are the green dots?
The mining area is just adjacent where right below the designated groundwater basin boundary where Willem is circling now is where the mining area is going to be. You can see on their amended permit that they were staying outside of that yellow boundary, which we greatly appreciate. But they've shifted the mining over outside of that Hay Gulch boundary.
Well, could you put up exhibit 5, please? Just a quick question. How deep is that aquifer from surface?
To the surface of the water, we're pumping about 127, 128 feet. They vary through the wells. We're about 60 foot to water at current levels.
Okay.
On that side of the basin. That is a bathtub over there.
Is it an alluvial aquifer or is it?
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Up on the screen is a summary of the Krause well permits. Does this look accurate to you? And
yes, it does.
We'd like to include this summary of the Krause wells in the record as well. You put up one, please, exhibit 1. Can you tell us a little bit about what the water from the Krause wells serve, Mr. Flagger?
This is a boundary map of our district. The Krause wells are surrounded where Willem is on the left. It's the most western boundary of our district. Our district encompasses all of Morgan County. To the south, we reach into Adams County, and to the east, we reach into Washington County. It's an all rural district. The only municipalities we don't serve in Morgan County are the cities of Brush, Fort Morgan, and Wiggins. We serve Goodrich, Weldona, Orchard, Hill Rose, Snyder, everything else in the county with the exception of the 3 municipalities. There's about 500 miles of pipe in the ground. And that potable water is distributed throughout that system there.
How many customers does Quality Water have?
We've got about 4,000 taps on the system. 40% of our water use is still in the dairy and ag use. But 4,000 taps is the total customers served at this point in time.
How is the Kraus, water from the Kraus wells, how's that used in the district system?
The Kraus wells are used year-round in our system because they are alluvial. We pump the Kraus wells and then the Smart wells year-round. In the middle of the summer, we supply some CBT water into the system to supplement it when we're during high demands. But the Kraus well is our anchor wells of the system.
And how would you, what do you think? Do you have any idea what the value of the Kraus wells are?
First off, I'm going to say that water is irreplaceable in our area, that quality and quantity of the water. And believe me, we've searched for more of that. The best basis of comparison I can come by is comparing it to CBT values, Colorado Big Thompson project, because we are a purchaser and we do have Colorado Big Thompson supplies in there. Based on the current Colorado Big Thompson supply, just to replace that water would be over 122 million, just on the recent sales of Colorado Big Thompson.
Could you talk briefly about the water quality in the Hay Gulch Aquifer?
The award-winning water quality in Hay Gulch, it's won state awards and rural water awards. It's a pristine supply. Until about 10 years ago, we didn't even chlorinate that water. That water was pumped out of the ground and introduced into the system. We still do not treat the water with anything but chlorine gas prior to the entry point because of that pristine of a supply of water. It could be easily bottled if you were in the right environment. It's one of those just unique finds that our predecessors did.
And to protect the water quality, can you talk about some of the steps that Quality Water's taken over the years?
Yeah, this has been a 20 or 30-year battle. When you find something like this, you got to figure out ways of protection. You're constantly in the process of protecting it. In the late 90s, the district did petition the CDPHE, and we did get a Reg 42 classification for that area through the CDPHE. There's only a couple of those around just to protect that area.
That's called
Specified area. I'm sorry.
Under
Thank you,
Reg
Matt.
42?
Yeah, under Reg 42.
What about is a district kind of source water protection plan?
We did. We worked with Rural Water several years ago, 10 plus years ago, to get a source water protection plan. And if you're not familiar with the source water protection plan, it's basically planning guidance for local and state governments with the thought in mind we're protecting the water source. Try and control the activity on there. Let's not put a big waste mine in the waste. Yeah, no, excuse me, Brittany, I didn't mean to say mine. A waste disposal area, monitoring what oil and gas activities are in the area, that kind of, and it's guidance for state and local governments. It's been recorded for over 10 years.
Will, can you please put up Exhibit 15? If there's any questions, board members, please interrupt and ask. Do you know what this is, Mr. Flager?
That's our thing. Why don't you put a header on that and help me out a little bit?
This is from Regulation 42.
This is Reg 42 specified area, yeah. And it covers all of our well areas, and it reaches into the mining, some of the mining areas too.
I just add that under CDPHE Regulation 42, it's areas where the groundwater has been classified, and that directly ties into your rules. Your rules recognize specified areas. Can you show us where the mining is on this map?
Willem's doing a nice job with the mouse over there where the mining is. It's part of section 10.
Talking about here's the
Yeah, there we go.
mining comes up here, and quality water as well as the right here. So this is the approximate boundary of Hay Gulch over there. What would happen if quality water if the aquifer, Hay Gulch aquifer, became contaminated? What would happen to the Cross wells?
Best case scenario we'd have to create RO or some kind of treatment plants in that area, depending on the contaminants. That's going to be a CDPHE determinant on whether we can enter that into a potable system or not. Worst case scenario, we'd have to replace the water source with something else. We've got long-term commitments to the communities.
Any thoughts on what it would cost, or any idea what it would cost to build a RO plant, treat the 1,500 acre feet from Cross wells?
Upwards of $10 million at this point in time. And then you got annual operation costs beyond that, because again, we're just treating that with gas. Our O&Ms for treatment are minimal. So to do a RO plant would be $10 million plus.
Thanks, Mr. Flagler. I don't know if you have any questions on what we've
I
done
just,
so far.
what are your contamination concerns?
We're going to get to those in a second.
Okay.
We're going to ask some questions of Mr. Schroeder. Mr. Schroeder wasn't here during the swearing in, and I don't know if that's an issue for you, but
We can swear him in if you want.
if you want to, I do think you will tell the truth.
You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Okay.
You just quickly, Mr. Schroeder, tell us a little bit about yourself. State your full name and record and address for the, full name and address for the record, please.
My name is Willem Schroeder with Principia Mathematica. I have represented the state of Colorado in a number of interstate matters, as well as around the state in various groundwater basins, like, for example, Division 3, as an expert in groundwater, and I'm primarily a groundwater.
Could you tell us about your familiarity with Hay Gulch?
About 10 years ago, when there was a petition to close Hay Gulch before the state engineer, before the Groundwater Commission, we actually built a model of Hay Gulch and studied the hydrology of Hay Gulch for the purpose of determining the water budget of Hay Gulch and the direction and flow in Hay Gulch.
Do you have any thoughts on the boundary? Do you know where the boundaries that we're looking at on this map came from?
Yes, so the western and eastern boundaries of Hay Gulch are basically what we call bedrock highs. So there isn't a clear isolation of Hay Gulch between the surrounding areas. It's simply an area where the Pierre Shale rises up, and we think that there is a divide in the groundwater system that isolates Hay Gulch from Lost Creek to the west and Cayuga Beach to the east. The problem is we don't have a lot of great data in that particular area. We're largely inferring where that divide is by looking at the ground surface and assuming that the aquifer is approximately uniformly thick, which would put the groundwater divide in terms of the bedrock high in the same place as the surface, where we see it on the surface.
And is the lack of data that you're talking about in the area of the proposed mining activity?
Yes, so we think that this yellow line is where there would be a divide between water flowing to the east versus water flowing to the west. But it's basically our best guess. It's not a hard and fast line.
So if there's not, or if the divide is not where we think it is, what could result from that?
Well, I think this particular figure is an illustration of the back of the envelope calculation that I did. The lines on this particular graph shows what, when we built the groundwater model of Hay Gulch 10 years ago, what it thought that the flow direction is. The problem is once you get out towards the edge of it, the model is not very good because we don't really have any data to tell us whether this is just something that the model makes up or whether this is really the direction of flow. So as you expect, this pink line here is where we think the divide is, and the flow is essentially parallel to that. And if there was water or contamination to the west, what it would do is follow a path similar to what this yellow hatched and the orange hatched line shows. Whereas if there was anything new into the aquifer, we would think that it would go over here to the east. Of particular interest is the Krause well. So for example, the Kraus well 1 is right here. What we're concerned about is that Black Mountain Sand's operations would be over here. If we are wrong with exactly where this divide is, and there's actually the divide was, let's say, half a mile further to the east, and water was introduced and it actually flowed to the west rather than to the east as we were expecting, then it's a potential that at about a 45-degree line here, some of that contamination would get very close to Kraus number 1 and potentially even to Kraus number 2 if we're off by, some factor there. You have to keep in mind that this is pretty much an estimate of what we think, and there's a pretty big uncertainty in exactly that direction of flow, probably about 30 degrees on either side. But there is one saving grace, which is that these thick lines basically shows us approximately how far we think a molecule of water will travel in a year. So that tells us that we think if there was new contamination introduced into the aquifer, we have about 20 years before it will actually show up at one of the quality water wells. Now, the problem, of course, is once it's in the aquifer, it's really hard to get it out again. So we really want to have as much of a head start on mitigating something if something goes wrong. So I think it's a really great idea to follow the plan that Black Mountain has proposed, which is to put some monitor wells roughly in this area. And if we monitor those wells and see that there is a sudden increase in water levels that we didn't expect due to introduction of new water, that will give us early warning that we may have to do something about this to mitigate whatever occurred. We're hoping it's not going to happen, that it will go to the east, but those wells would basically be the canary in the coal mine that will give us roughly 20 years of heads up if something does go wrong.
Are there any clay layers out there that would prevent any contaminated water from the mine site from infiltrating into the aquifer?
There are clay layers throughout this area. The main thing is that the groundwater tends to go around those, and it really goes down to bedrock, which is pure shale in this area. So the clay really isn't a protection. It's simply a way of making the water go in an unexpected direction.
I think that's all we had. And I'll just summarize. If you have questions for Mr. Schroeder, Dr. Schroeder, please interrupt me. But just to summarize, it looks like the mining was moved out of Hay Gulch. We're not exactly sure, though, where the edge of Hay Gulch is. And to the extent that the mining is still over Hay Gulch, you're going to have a significant amount of water, potentially thousands of acre feet of water infiltrating into the ground. They'll have whatever contaminants that the water had in it that came from the original source water from Lost Creek's wells, and it'll have whatever additional contaminants are added to that water through the processing. We know that the Lost Creek wells have significantly higher TDS than what's in Hay Gulch now. I don't think any of that information was presented by the applicant. But we do know that water that they're going to pump from their wells to the processing facility has very high TDS. So point being, the reason why we're here today is really just to set the table to make sure that if we have to come back, that there's something that we can enforce in terms of monitoring and protecting the groundwater. That's all we had today. Thank you.
Any question?
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
John, what do you think about a break?
Want a break?
Quick one.
Okay. We'll take a short break while you're getting set up. I thought you were just gonna stay on daylight savings time year round.
I would prefer that.
Yeah,
I'm tired of getting out of work when it's dark.
me too, man. That's what I started. I started years ago, I mean, a long time ago. Function on the 21st of December. Had nothing to do with the solstice. All it was about sunshine. I call my wife, we live way out southeast of Pueblo. So I'm going over to Boone. I'm going to the VF Okay, reintroduce yourself and we'll move along.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Stuart Corbridge, spelled Corbridge. I'm an attorney at Brannish and Reich LLP in Boulder, Colorado. I do primarily water rights work for Bijou, but also assist in the special counsel in matters that may impact their water rights and structures. I'm joined today by two directors. To my right is Mr. Gary Teague. He's a director on the Bijou Irrigation District Board, is also a landowner with lands in the Bijou Irrigation District and also a shareholder in the Bijou Irrigation Company. Hiding in the back, now not hiding, Mr. Pete Anderson. Mr. Anderson is a director for both the Bijou Irrigation District and the Bijou Irrigation Company. Again, a landowner within the district and also a shareholder in the company. And both Mr. Teague and Mr. Anderson also are residents of Fort Morgan, Morgan County area and run agricultural business out there. Before I go any further, just a point of clarification. I had some exhibits listed on the pre-hearing list. You have copies of those in your packet so that I can just reference them as opposed to putting something up on the screen since I didn't bring an electronic with me.
I know I saw a letter, but I don't know if that's
Yeah.
what you're referencing. I just remember seeing your name.
My exhibit list for Bijou would have had the two comment letters that Bijou filed that are part of the record. Two map/aerial photo exhibits. We also referenced portions of the mining permit application, and then I had also included parts of portions of ruling and decrees for some of Bijou's water rights in case that's needed. I know Mr. Machado had asked about getting exhibits into the record, but it sounded like we went through any formal process. Chuck, what's the approach for that?
It's pretty relaxed, and I think for the most part, if you've provided them, I think through the pre-hearing conference, unless there's an objection to them, which I don't think there is.
I would say unless for the Black Mountain people have any objections, which we could talk about, I would assume that those will all be part of the record when we're done.
Yeah.
Let's hear where he's headed.
Not my intent to go down the road of water rights injury. The purpose of the decrees was just as background support for statements that we made in our comment letters, and which I'll reiterate here shortly. Alan, feel free to object if you need to. As you've heard, Bijou has provided two comment letters to DRMS staff. I heard this morning from the other proceedings that one of your guys' goals is to get as much information as you can. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing and provide a little bit more information beyond what's in those letters concerning primarily one at this point. As background, the Bijou Irrigation District is the owner of the Empire Reservoir and the Empire Inlet Canal. They have water storage rights that I've used for irrigation of approximately 19,200 acres located south of the South Platte River and east of the reservoir. Empire Reservoir also has a decree for recreation rights, and that reservoir is used by a significant number of people in the Morgan County area for summertime recreation. The Bijou Irrigation Company, the Empire Inlet Canal, if you have the map in front of you or based on the images that you've seen today, Empire Inlet Canal diverts from the South Platte River to the west of Empire Reservoir, runs through the lands, and then delivers water at the west side of the reservoir. Bijou Irrigation Company also owns water rights for irrigation, including direct flow and storage rights, also rights for recharge. Of note, Empire Reservoir, once the water is stored, is then released into the Bijou Irrigation Canal for delivery downstream to same and slightly higher acres for the company. The company has a slightly higher amount of acreage.
Just a quick question. Is Empire Reservoir also known as Jackson Reservoir?
No.
Different?
Jackson is
Jackson's north of it.
downstream and north on the north side of the river.
Okay.
You will see from the images and from the exhibits that I've provided that the BM Sand property and the proposed mining site and affected lands are very close to Empire Reservoir in the big picture. And based on Bijou's service commitments and recreation at the reservoir and wildlife at the reservoir, of course, the boards take this application seriously and have some concerns about long and short-term impacts. We have raised some issues originally identified in our first letter, in this case, that we've determined are outside of your jurisdiction, and we're pursuing those in other forums, Weld County special use. But there are at least a couple things that we want to come and make points on today. Earlier, I was asking questions about the monitoring plan. As I noted, we do appreciate that this monitoring plan is part of this operation. At this point, I think our main comment would be that it's our understanding that the DRMS proposal is for the monitoring to take place quarterly. That may be sufficient over the long term, but for purposes of getting baseline numbers in light of the fill and release of water from Empire Reservoir, potential changes in the local levels. As a result of that, we think that the monitoring should be at least monthly for a couple of years, and would ask the board to consider that as part of the approval. Beyond that, I think the primary issue that Mr. Teague is here to talk about today, and which is still in front of you guys from a jurisdictional standpoint, concerns about the reclamation aspects of the proposed mining operations and reclamation plan. I won't go into detail about that other than to say that based on the location of the site, Bijou has concern that just abatement and erosion control as proposed may not be sufficient to keep large amounts of the main materials out there from blowing east and north and into the reservoir. With that, I'll pass on to Mr. Teague and let him give you a little bit more local experience on this issue.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. Chairman Singletary, I would mention that even though this is in Weld County, it does have ramifications outside of that.
Yeah, I know that.
And we certainly feel that when we come to this group and the look that you guys do when you permit these kind of things, we think that has kind of a very broad scope, and that is one of the things that helps protect us from when it comes to water quality and water quality. A couple things that we do know is that the states that exist with regard to our water quality today and with that Hay Gulch today are there with current conditions. I would say that anything that goes on other than what's been going on there today, it may impact those. To what extent, we don't really know. But this is certainly a sizable project in that area. For those of you that don't know, the primary soil type in that area is Valence sand. I actually ranch in Morgan County and I farm in Morgan County. And I will tell you that Valence sand is one of the toughest soils there is to deal with. It is extremely erosive. If you look at the soil surveys and soil classifications, when it comes to wind erosion, it is classified as severe. And if there was a higher classification, I think it would achieve that. When it comes to soil erosion, it is, or water erosion, it is classified as moderate. And so we are dealing with extremely, extremely tough conditions in this area. In addition to that, you've got this mine located up on top of a hill, and it is directly between a source water protection plan and a reservoir that puts 37,000 acre feet of water and supplies 24,000 irrigated acres. This is a very unique location to put this sand mine. When we take into account the erosion, I would tell you on one of the properties that I own that has Valent sand that is very similar to this, we have had 3 major gas lines come across that property in the last 30 years. They have all been reclamated to the best of their abilities, and they all had incredible intent to reclamate those. None of them have been successful to date. You can pull up an aerial map and I can give you the sections and you will see they have done a horrible job of reclamation. There is no grass growing. At best, there is a weed cover, and it is a challenge to maintain topsoil over those gas lines. And I think when we look at the location of this, we will see the exact same thing. When I look through the reclamation plan, I don't see anything spectacular in there. First of all, they would admit that there is very little topsoil, if any, in most of this site. There is a little grass cover out there today, but that's all going to be removed. So we're going to take what topsoil is there, and if you look at Valent sand, it tends to have less than 1% of total organic matter. So basically, it's very porous, very prone to moving in both wind and water. So if we're going to take what topsoil is there, and now we're going to mine 57 feet of sand out. The entire time that we're doing that, the first phase will not be reclamated. So we're dealing in an area that has somewhere between 7 and 15 mile per hour winds, and it is directly west of our reservoir. How do we go about managing that? Spraying water on it multiple times a day in a best management practice may not cover it. And so what is our recourse if we go open this thing up and now we've got sand moving everywhere, and we can make all the phone calls we want to, but you physically can't mobilize enough equipment to cover an area with Valent sand in any kind of plan. Today, I've seen it talks about that we're going to put a little straw on, we're going to put some water on, we're going to put some seed on, we're going to hope it's going to take. In this particular area, I think total precipitation is going to be somewhere less than 10 inches. You guys have made comment earlier, it's going to be difficult in the best of conditions to make that reseeding take. You're not going to do it in one attempt, and you may not do it in 4 or 5. And so I would implore you that that is a challenge, and we are extremely concerned about the reclamation plan and what happens if it does not work and what is plan B. I would hope that at the very least, there would be a plan to bring in suitable topsoil to lay over the top of this mined area, because I do not believe it's there in what I've seen. If this has the financial and economic benefits that everyone has said that it has, the cost of that topsoil to be brought in and put on top would be menial compared to what's going to come out of this mine. And so I would implore you to try to take that under advisement, see if you can make recommendations along those lines, because I do not think there is soil there that is capable of being reclamated. The other thing that I worry significantly about is the porosity of this sand. We are not talking about normal topsoil. We are talking about one of the most porous sands we deal with in this state. So anything that lands on top of that sand is going to get leached down. We all have agreed that we don't know exactly where the boundary of Hay Gulch is, but I will tell you that I hold 50 of those 4,000 taps, and that's what supplies drinking water to the houses that my family and my employees drink from. And so if it falls to the west of that, it may wind up in my drinking water supply. If it falls to the east of that line, it's going to wind up in my reservoir. And I think everyone that has talked about that today agrees that it's going to go one way or the other. So anything that happens on that topsoil, as porous as it is, going to have an impact. So we're going to take low quality water and we're going to refine that sand. And so anything that's left is going to wind up there. We've got a weed management plan that uses numerous chemicals that may be great in controlling weeds, but they are not used on that site today. And so we're adding something to that site that has not been there before. In addition to that, we're going to have a truck come through about every 6 minutes. We're going to have dozers and loaders and operators and heavy equipment. All those things use some form of petroleum. Any of that petroleum that hits that soil is going to wind up in groundwater eventually. So I've got to ask myself, is this the only place in the state of Colorado where we can mine frac sand that is potentially going to impact two potentially very critical water sources? I'm certainly concerned about that, and I hope that you guys are too. The other thing, so we talked about all those impacts. I think that one of the easiest things, and one thing that certainly falls under your purvey, is reclamation. Is there something that we can do with regard to reclamation that can help solve this problem? I think, number one, if we have an aggressive reclamation plan, if we bring in a suitable soil that we know that we can reclamate, and that soil will also have organic material in it, which will hold things close to the top. So anything that falls on that soil will be held in that topsoil. If we imply those things over on top of this, maybe we have a chance at success. What I'm worried about is that if something happens and we have to revisit this 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years from now, because I do believe this is a 35-year life of this mine. And so, you know, we've got to look a long ways out there and look at those actual repercussions from decisions that are made today. I hope we don't look back and say, boy, I wish we'd have done that at the time. Let's be proactive if we've got to ensure that it doesn't. We can always relax standards later. It's very hard to put new conditions on after the fact. The comment was made earlier that, hey, we've got these great monitoring wells, and if we find something, we can stop it. Yes, we can change things that happen after that point in time, but if the contamination is already found, how do we go backwards? That is extremely costly to do. So let's be proactive in the beginning. Those are the comments I've got. I'd certainly take questions.
So what exactly is your proposal?
I do not believe that the reclamation plan is adequate, not the way that it's structured. I don't think you can put a little straw in balanced sand, that you can throw some seed on top of balanced sand, and if it doesn't take, add fertilizer to it. I don't think that'll work in this area. My proposal is this. They talked about removing somewhere between 1 and 2 foot of topsoil, but I don't think it's present in these particular locations. So let's bring in some topsoil that is suitable. You guys define what that topsoil looks like, and let's overlay that as part of the reclamation project.
Okay, thank you.
Curiosity, what do you estimate the acreage needed per grazing unit up in that area?
Right where it's at there?
Yeah.
Somewhere between 25 and 35. That's up on top of the hillside. It's probably closer to 35.
It's better than where I am.
Yeah, very, very, very low production per acre. I would guess it's in the 250 to 300 pounds per acre.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Trouble board for 1 second. I forgot to move to admit the exhibits and put them on screens. We'd like to do that. Have the exhibit numbers and we'll send the copies of the exhibits to Neil. I don't know if that's okay.
Is there an objection? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Again, Jeff, you get here on behalf of the division. As Peter's kind of setting up division's PowerPoint, I do want to just give the board a heads up that there may be some repetition in the division's presentation from what the board's already heard. If it does get too repetitious, the board, let us know. We can move along. Also, if there are specific subject matters or topics that you want some additional information on, please ask questions, interrupt when you need to get the information you're after. Otherwise, Peter will kind of read into the record what division's review process was and what they found related to this application.
Okay, Peter Hayes again with division. This is the staff's presentation. We have the Lost Creek Mine Amendment number 1, file number M 2018-051. So a summary of the division's application review. It includes completeness reviews. That's just a simple review of the application, make sure all the exhibits are there, make sure the application form is filled out completely. And then the division moves on to adequacy reviews. These are more technical reviews of the exhibits. Make sure the exhibits comply with Rule 6.4 and the performance standards of Rule 3.1. The division forms a cost estimate for the cost of reclaiming the site and verifies that all notification and publication have been done by the applicant, and then reviews any objections or comments received during public comment period. And finally, the division either issues a decision or a recommendation for the application. As already discussed, the 3 jurisdictional issues raised by the objecting parties were hydrology, mining and reclamation plans, and wildlife issues. The objection letters for these topics were included as item 2 in the board packet. So hydrology issue 1A concerns regarding the establishment of pre-mining baseline aquifer water levels and hydrology in the proposed mining area. You've heard most of this from the applicant, but the applicant used historic data and completed hydrology studies of the Lost Creek and Hay Gulch aquifers to establish the baseline groundwater elevations. 2 drilling programs were completed at the site, which provided groundwater level data. Additionally, the applicant developed a groundwater monitoring plan to install 9 wells at the site. And these will be monitored for quality and quantity, which is pretty rare in a dry sand mine of this type. And again, the applicant has committed to staying 2 feet above the groundwater elevation as determined by the groundwater monitoring wells on site. There's another map of the proposed groundwater monitoring well locations. The blue ones are in the buffer area between the affected and permitted boundaries. The green one in the middle there is that future one in the facilities area. And then the red ones are the existing irrigation wells that could be used for more data. And the purple ones on the left side of the screen are the mining wells that would be in Hay Gulch. So continue on with this item. And the wells we monitor for water quality and quantity on a quarterly basis. And that quarterly basis is kind of standard for the division. We generally do not require monthly monitoring. The data will be provided to the division in the annual report. The applicant has committed to conduct 4 quarters of groundwater quality analysis to establish the groundwater quality baseline prior to initiating the mining operation. And finally, the division finds that the applicant's plan will provide the information to establish the baseline groundwater characteristics of the site. The applicant has submitted the required information in accordance with rules 6.4.4, 6.4.5, and 6.4.7. Hydrology issue 1B concerns regarding water quality impacts from infiltration of processed water from the potential of hydrocarbon spills from equipment. This was a BGU concern or objection. The applicant is proposing to use inert chemicals in the processing of the sand, which would not degrade the water quality at the site. The applicant will implement a spill prevention control and countermeasures plan and a groundwater pollution prevention plan. These plans will provide best management practices and protection measures to be employed against spills and provide cleanup and notification procedures and standards in the event of a spill. The designated parking area and access road will be paved, and the fueling location was designed to direct flows towards a settling pond for treatment and recovery of any potential hydrocarbons or other contaminants. The maintenance bay where equipment will be stored was designed with self-contained fluid capture system, which will not just discharge. And then, as discussed above, the applicant will implement the groundwater monitoring plan to detect any impacts to groundwater quality. Therefore, the division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address potential groundwater quality impacts from spills at the site in accordance with rules 3.1.13, 6.4.4, and 6.4.7. Hydrology concern 1C. So this is actually based on a comment letter from Division of Water Resources. I just include this to let the board be aware that the Division of Water Resources was notified of this application, and these are their only concerns. That the operator will not expose groundwater during mining operations, and there will be no evaporative loss of groundwater to the atmosphere. The division is not approving the operator to expose groundwater. So therefore, the division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address the exposure of groundwater at the site in accordance with Rule 6.4.7, Parent 1. Hydrology item 1D, concern regarding how the applicant intends to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance in the application amendment as required by CRS 34-32.5-116, Parent 3, Parent H. This was objection from Equus. The division finds Exhibit G, groundwater information of the application amendment, adequately addresses the applicant's plan to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected lands and surrounding area. Again, the applicant will implement a groundwater monitoring plan for the site, and the applicant will be required to comply with all applicable federal and state water quality laws in accordance with Rules 3.1.6. Therefore, the division finds the applicant has provided the information required to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance in the application amendment in accordance with Rule 6.4.7 in CRS 34-32.5-116, Parent 4, Parent H. Hydrology item 1E, concern regarding impact of the mining operation on the underlying Hay Gulch alluvial aquifer. This is Morgan County's objection. So the objection from Morgan County was received during the public comment period for the original permit application. I think it was partially or maybe fully in response to this objection, Black Mountain redesigned the mining plan in the application amendment to move the mining operation outside of the Hay Gulch aquifer boundary. The division finds the applicant's plan as described in the application amendment shall not impact the underlying Hay Gulch aquifer. Again, the applicant will implement the groundwater monitoring plan and comply with all federal and state water quality laws. Therefore, the division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address the concerns regarding potential impacts to the Hay Gulch aquifer in the amendment application in accordance with Rule 6.4.7 and CRS 34-32.5-116, Parent 4, Parent H. This is item 1A, mining and reclamation plans, concerns regarding the management of wind erosion during mining and reclamation activities. This is an objection from Bijou. The applicant has designed the mining and reclamation plans to minimize wind erosion at the site. An on-site dust abatement plan will be submitted to Well County as part of the special use permit. The applicant committed to vegetating topsoil stockpiles for erosion protection, and the applicant would conduct routine watering for use for dust control. Therefore, the division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address the concerns regarding wind erosion at the site in accordance with rules 3.1.6, Parent 3, 6.4.4, and 6.4.5. Item 2B regarding mining and reclamation plans, concerns regarding the applicant should have filed a hard rock mining application instead of a construction material application. This was judgment from Morgan County. The division reviewed the objection from Morgan County regarding the type of application submitted for the Lost Creek mine and determined industrial sand is a construction material as defined by CRS 34-32.5-103, parent 3. The division finds the applicant submitted the proper application type for the proposed mining operation. Item 2C, concerns regarding the application does not adequately describe certain aspects of the proposed mining and processing plan to remove feldspatic sand from the product. This is Morgan County's objection. Proposed mining plan states inert chemicals will be used in the mining processing to assist in separating clay material from the feldspar from the industrial sands. The clay and feldspar removed from the material will be dewatered using filtration equipment and returned to the site as backfill for site reclamation. Division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address concerns regarding the mining plan in accordance with Rule 6.4.4. Moving on to wildlife, item 3A. Concerns regarding the impacts to the bald eagle habitat during mining and reclamation. This is submitted by Bijou. The applicant conducted a wildlife survey, which was included in Exhibit H, wildlife information, to identify potential habitat on and near the site. 2 migratory bird species, bald eagle and bark bunting, were identified as having the potential to be present within the project site. No nests were observed during the survey. The applicant updated that during their presentation. However, suitable nesting and foraging habitat was observed throughout the areas, including Empire Reservoir. The applicant committed to comply with all federal regulatory rules of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. This includes conducting surveys to identify active nests within the area of impact and developing buffers to mitigate impacts during the mining operation. The division finds the applicant has provided the information required to address the concerns regarding wildlife impacts at the site in accordance with rules 3.1.8 and 6.4.8. So the division's closing. The jurisdictional issues raised by the objectors were addressed by the applicant. All adequacy issues were addressed satisfactorily by the applicant. The Lost Creek Mine application amendment satisfies all requirements of the Act and rule, and therefore the division recommends approval of the Lost Creek Mine application amendment by the board. That concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
I just have a question on the topsoil. Have you had a chance to evaluate that and address some of the concerns that were raised?
Yeah, I did a pre-op inspection, but I did not dig test kits to determine topsoil depth.
Okay. Do you know, has the applicant visited with Bijou in regard to, I'm always concerned about water quality and water. And what happens, I'm always suspicious about new things that come in, not saying we don't need to do it, but we can hardly take a chance on water. I mean, that's our future. So I wonder if maybe there could be a little more satisfaction in terms of, I think they mentioned maybe monitoring a little more early on. And, the problem is when you get, I'm not familiar with this groundwater geographic areas. I am a lot of them in the state, but when that water does become tainted, the whole groundwater areas, it's not just like going down one irrigation ditch. So I guess we can hardly be too cautious when it comes to the water supply for all of us and all things. I don't know. You think that they've had that dialogue?
I'm not sure. You have to ask those parties. And the division has no objection to more frequent monitoring. That's fine if that's something that the applicant wants to do. But quarterly is kind of our standard.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think there is some reason to maybe look at it a little more quickly early on in the process, maybe. And, to get some sense of what might be happening. Probably, it sounds like they've covered it very well. I'm not saying that. I've been in the shoes that these people are talking about, and it's not a fun place to be. So.
Has anything been done looking at the direction of the prevailing winds? You're going to be carrying this sand.
I think in general, the prevailing direction would be to the east.
Well, but we don't know.
I'm not sure.
Has anything been done by the applicant to look at those prevailing winds to see what happens?
Yes, it was included in the application that we submitted, and the winds do go to the east.
In a manner to where, we're going to use these larger facilities, whether it's for our product storage or for the processing facility, to kind of help minimize any sort of dust going to the east of the areas. But yes, we did look at the wind patterns.
Okay, there's someone back.
We're kind of getting out of control here, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a call. We need to kind of be where we can hear.
That's it.
Just like to make one comment on that and another question to the state. So we agree, the prevailing winds are to the east, and we're not worried so much about the dust that comes off the road traffic. What we're worried about is the open mine activity, because we're talking about a large, substantial area that is completely exposed. And if you've driven 76, you'll see how those sand hills were formed. We didn't graze it properly in the past, and so you take topsoil off and that sand starts to move and it comes up. We're worried that can impact not only the neighbors, but also the reservoir if it's not done properly. It's not the dust that's the issue. We know they're going to get the dust. But when you go and expose, whether it's 25 acres or 35 acres or 100 acres, and we're talking about a 1,600 acre mine here. And so over time, if reclamation doesn't work, it just grows and grows and grows. So that's one issue. The second one, I guess I have to the state. So you guys said that they met the burden when it came to reclamation, right?
They met the requirements of the exhibit.
However, of the exhibit. Okay, so I want to make sure is that different than they have, their plan is approved with regard to reclamation? Because you said just now that you had not done soil samples on site to look at organic matter, or is there a probability that reclamation is going to take?
Well, if this permit gets issued, there's performance standards that the applicant has to meet. They have to meet vegetation standards. They have to meet stability standards, and that would be monitored during inspections by the division. And I think the concurrent reclamation they're proposing will help. I know we'll know 10 years in if they need to adjust the reclamation plan, and the application can be adjusted to change how they reclaim the site if they need to make investments.
So the standard is that it cannot happen.
What?
When the roads
Just they're coming back. Yeah.
They've got to reclaim it to a set standard.
Yes, they need to reclaim it to the standards of
And so the first site opened up and it does not reclaim. What happens at that point?
they'll have to adjust their reclamation plan until they get it reclaimed.
Okay. We got a chance for rebuttal. Let's go on with the process here. I'm partly guilty in this. So.
I just wanted a quick clarification. The hydrology 1A, the applicant will conduct 4 quarters of groundwater quality analysis, but that has not been done yet.
It has not been done.
Okay. And so does that not happen until the permit's actually, is that just how much you'd want to have invested in the thing? Is that an access thing? I guess.
Typically that's started after the application and all permits are obtained.
So they have to have the permit in order to assess the groundwater levels, the baseline?
Typically, yes, unless there's existing wells they can use.
Essentially, the drilling of the drilling of the wells is activity that's conducted under the.
Because it's activity. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Guess that's it. Tell me the next one.
Applicant's got to rebuttal or an equity review.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna we're going to start with rebuttal, and I guess the applicant's up.
She hasn't told me. She hasn't told me. Well, maybe if this doesn't happen tomorrow, I'll just go to I know.
Can we look at another PowerPoint? I think the thumb drive's in there. Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry.
Nobody's judging.
Yeah, we can talk about the moving of this. So we don't really know if this is necessarily a rebuttal, but we wanted to just kind of inform you guys of, kind of maybe some of the progress that we've made with some of the objectors and kind of some rebuttals regarding some comments that have been made.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Yep, sorry.
For sake.
Brittany Shaman with Black Mountain. So when we had some discussions with one of the objectors, Morgan County, they're trying to make sure that the Hay Gulch is not being affected, and Black Mountain is here to make sure that we don't disturb any sort of water source that they have. So we've been working through them diligently. We've had several in-person meetings, phone calls, email conversations with them. One issue that they've raised here in the last maybe week is that our backfill stockpile, which is somewhat located closer to this boundary of the Hay Gulch, they had basically requested that maybe can we move it a little further to the east to just help minimize any sort of backfill, the water from the backfill seeping possibly into the Hay Gulch. We talked to Peter. We understand it's a technical amendment that would need to be done to our current application, but we have agreed to move that current backfill stockpile over to the east a little bit, and that's what this second slide, the revised stockpile location. So Black Mountain will be turning in a technical amendment so we can move that stockpile further east to just try and help with any sort of concerns. Not that we believe that there really maybe are concerns, but it was a minimal change on our part that to help kind of be good neighbors and to make sure that we're doing what we can to minimize or to avoid any sort of disturbance to the Hay Gulch. We're going to move it. So that'll be moved over roughly 500 feet or so from the existing location. Is there anything you want to talk about this side before? No? Okay.
Okay. Pete Kowaleski. I think just kind of closing the loop on the monitoring. We have, as we've discussed, we've committed to 4 quarters of water quality monitoring. I know there were concerns about if more frequent water quality monitoring would be valuable. Generally, we don't see changes in water quality as a stepwise function where more frequent monitoring might truly identify that. On the levels side, water levels move much more frequently. And so we have discussed the idea of using transducers to be able to get a more continuous record and be able to look at changes that way. That hasn't been finalized, but we're discussing that as we work through the plan to make sure that we're capturing valuable data. And so the idea of going to more frequent level data collection is certainly something that we do believe would be valuable. And then on the quality, we do believe that the quarterly is appropriate, and it certainly meets the standard, and it'll get us the information that we need as we're looking. Also, recalling that we're establishing baseline conditions, and given the lack of activity out there right now, we wouldn't expect to see wild swings in water quality under existing non-developed conditions. So we have committed to a number of, parameters, a fairly extensive list to establish background. And that is the plan going forward, is to get the, bless you.
Sorry.
To get the monitoring wells in place and the sampling underway. Here, I think we're just, we don't have much. I think there haven't been too many issues raised here. Well, I'm sorry, I can move. I'm getting a little too comfortable here too. I'm sorry. But yeah, we don't need to, I don't think we need to rehash that.
The Empire Reservoir, again, I think we're fine. Wind erosion, we've discussed. And I think our whole thing too is we fully understand that we've got plans in place and it's based off of best management practices, and fully understand that until something goes wrong or it doesn't work out, then Black Mountain is willing to change the plan if something isn't corrected or, the state has an issue with it or we're causing issues. And we have what we believe is in place between the state and the county methods. And until we can prove that those measures won't hold and won't work, then, we don't really want to say that we're going to put in other measures because we don't know yet if plan A is going to work. You know what I mean? It's been proven in other areas. What we're saying is, let us try based on best management practices for a reclamation plan.
Kira Kopp. So something also to note, the dust mitigation plan, the noxious weed management plan, those have already been submitted to the county. We've already received feedback from those. They're happy with those. The seeding reclamation that we have proposed is directly out of the county's guidance, and they're happy that we're following those. So we're following what's considered best management practices out there for the site. And the county has already looked at some of this stuff and is happy with what we're doing as well. And they're very familiar with, the site and the conditions that are out there.
That's Weld County, right?
Yes.
Did you get any input from Morgan County since you're a border?
We've also met, we've had in-person meetings with Bijou, several meetings. We've had several phone calls and email conversations as well. In that regard, yes, we haven't met with Morgan County, any sort of like the county itself or any of the officials there, no.
I don't know. We have submitted the Weld County use by special review permit already. They have sent that out to several other entities that they feel need to comment. I don't know if they sent that to Morgan County or not.
I think we've addressed that and really wildlife. Yeah, so you guys have any other questions for us or?
Guess not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's up? Morgan? Water folks?
Yeah.
Any rebuttal from your water? Okay. How about Bijou?
I'd just like to make, Stuart Corbridge for Bijou. I'd just like to make a couple of points. On behalf of Bijou, I think we certainly get the review that you guys have to do and the idea of someone proposing a plan A that relies on best management practices. We get that. You've heard some testimony from Mr. Teague that those sort of statewide best management practices may not be sufficient in this area. And of course, Bijou is concerned that if it doesn't work, but the permit has been approved for the life of the mine, although there may be monitoring Bijou sort of out of the loop at that point in the sense of if there are changes, I'm not hearing that we get the chance to be participants in adjustments to the reclamation plan or changes to the permit approval. That's of course a concern. We had proposed in our second letter, which is dated, I believe, August 23rd, 2019, that it might be appropriate to have what I would describe as a reality check in the permit approval, whereby they were able to do mining and reclamation on a couple of blocks and then have sort of a stop point where everybody got to look at it and say, is it actually working, before you can keep mining, not, oh, we think there might be a problem, but keep going and we'll see if we can figure it out. In light of the sort of the sensitive location of this project and the assets that surround it and the size and duration of this plan, we just ask that I think that, we think it's important that extra thought be given to what lets this go forward so that everybody's comfortable that 10 years from now, we're not back here in an enforcement proceeding, trying to figure out how to make it work.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Equus.
No, tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, we're trying to coordinate how to squeeze our rebuttal and closing into just a short statement. Again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Again, if the board has any questions of staff, I know you've kind of digested a tremendous amount of information in a short period of time. Staff has had the benefit of reviewing this amendment over the last few months and had a lot of time to kind of digest and review this information. So please ask questions if you have any. If not, we don't have any specific rebuttal. Mostly it's just a kind of a reminder of what the division's review process entails. It's a thorough review, but it is bound, at least at the staff level, it's bound by Acton rules. We've got to follow the Acton rules. Unique to this site, although it's growing more common, is a groundwater monitoring plan related to a sand and gravel operation. Just in the last few years, that level of baseline data collection and just kind of the groundwater impact monitoring plan is creeping itself further into the construction world. Obviously, it's kind of a staple of hard rock operations, but it is finding its way into the construction materials. And this site is a good example of how it's being utilized to as a BMP to detect potential impacts. Again, as Peter has testified, and as you've heard from the applicant, this is a dry pit. There is no dewatering going on here. They are committing to staying 2 feet above the water table. Nevertheless, they have implemented and have committed to conduct this monitoring to detect potential impacts. And that's kind of the purpose of BMPs, and that's the purpose of some of staff's review, is to implement these kind of protective measures to either minimize impacts or eliminate impacts. BMPs, things like this are fairly common or routine in permitting matters. They're implemented to provide information and to eliminate potential impacts, and that's what we have here. And again, if impacts are discovered, whether it's wind erosion carrying dust off the property, if it's potential impact to groundwater, the only solution isn't to just modify the plan. The division will be inspecting the site. They also respond to citizen complaints. If they receive a complaint from somebody saying there's a lot of dust blowing off the site, the division will conduct an inspection and determine whether or not that violates the provisions of the permit. And if they believe that it does, they'll pursue an enforcement action. Now, that enforcement action may lead to a corrective action that requires some form of either amendment or a technical revision to implement a better plan to control that potential impact. But I just wanted to be clear that this plan, if approved today by the board, is kind of the plan forever and can never be changed. That just simply isn't the fact. It can be changed by division's inspection and finding something needs to be completed. It can be changed by the applicant determining maybe there's a better way to do things, and it can be changed through an enforcement action as well. So there's a few ways to remedy things if there is an impact. And again, as staff's reviewed this and they're recommending approval, they believe under this plan that there won't be these impacts. So Peter, if they have anything else, again, we're available for questions.
I just generally wanted to comment. I think that's a great point, Jeff. And, coming from the hard rock side of things and how much, those mines are monitored, to me, this is a fairly normal conversation to be talking about groundwater and all of that. So I think bringing up that point that construction and some of these other materials, this is sort of starting to creep in and, it's relevant. And I also, just this back and forth and this dialogue between the operators and the stakeholders and the neighbors, I think that that's critical for any kind of operation moving forward, and however that dialogue can come in, to keep that moving. If there is a complaint or just even a suggestion in that stakeholder engagement is, I think really how operations are going to have to be from here on out. There's a lot of us in Colorado, and, you got to be neighbors.
I have a couple of questions to the division. You have approved the permit. No, it's still.
It's still a recommendation.
Okay.
Under our process, the 112 process, if objections are received, the staff can only review and make a recommendation to the board. The final decision is up to the board.
I just, today, a couple of things came up, and I'm not quite sure where they would fit in, whether it's the division that says we'd like to have additional things. The comment that they had talked to the county, Weld County, and Weld County is, they're very, very good, but I would like to see NRCS brought in on this, not only on Weld County, but Morgan County, and work with the county. I mean, there's never been a problem. Usually, I won't say there's never been a problem. Usually these two entities can work together to work out a plan. And NRCS is really on the top of what's good for ground cover and so forth. And I think the other gentleman brought up that was representing Equus, that some test plots be started, a couple of them, 2 or 3, and see what works out, how long it does take to get reclamation going, that you're getting grass to grow, and it may be longer than they think it. And if you started at the beginning and there's small test plots, you're not having to cover enormous amounts of time, but several of them, then you can see over the time. So when the time that reclamation actually has to occur, you know what's going to work, or they're going to know what's going to work. And I think that would be a very smart thing to do, is working with the recommendations of NRCS and the county. Because I think the other thing is to, and I know this in the Warner College of Natural Resources, which works with rangeland, specifically up at Colorado State University. I was up there yesterday, and some of these issues were issues that were actually brought up in conversation, is to go and approach them and say, what kind of assistance can be offered? And they've got the top people there on research to do it. And I think they would be remiss and not to follow up and explore this a little further. I just don't think it's been carried far enough. I'm a lot uneasy about this reclamation part.
I can give you some examples. Our mine is up at 11,000 feet. And so, the Climax mine actually developed an entirely new, it's called the Climax blend. That's the kind of grass that you can get to grow at 11,000 feet. And I'll tell you what, those elk love it. Hunting season, that's who's up there. So it is successful, but it took some thinking out of the box. It took some saying, what is the specific thing about this area and what do we maybe need to do? You know, you've got some experimental things up on the URAD site, same thing where you're doing these test plots to say, what do we really think this is, so that you're not 10 years down the line. And really for the operator, it's an opportunity to learn and, you know, share that with your community on some of those things. And I'm sure you've already done a lot of that research within some of your engineering as well.
You're out of order. Yeah, no. Go ahead. I want to finish this first. But I would just go along with your suggestion. It was a good one. But you may, another place to go, I think you should use is Division of Parks and Wildlife. They have really good seed plans for, you know, especially the eastern part of the state. What do I do about people? Okay. We're gonna, you know, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go through closing. If you wanna, we'll give you
I just
each.
have some questions of staff. I was gonna ask you about the board, just pretty quick. We just had some questions for them about the monitoring. It won't take a minute.
All right.
I'm assuming that you'll get you expect that you'll receive the results of water quality testing and water level monitoring from the applicants. Just curious, what's your, how do you monitor the monitoring plan? What's your review process?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you reintroduce yourself?
I'm sorry, this is Matt Machado for Morgan County Quality Water District.
So the water quality monitoring plan will be requirement to be submitted with their annual report.
Okay, so you'll get the data from them once a year?
Correct.
And is everything submitted to you publicly available?
Yes.
And is that through a court request, or is that you just get that
Through our website. Everything
goes up on the website? And just one more question. What are you looking? What would you be looking for when you're doing the water quality data and the water level data for what kinds of things do you look for?
They've agreed to, for the water quality, they've agreed to comply with the requirements of CDPHE, Reg 41, tables 1 through 4 with a few exceptions. And then water quantity, we'll just review for fluctuations in the groundwater level.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to go ahead and make a comment back here since I did that?
Oh, I just wanted to respond to your comment. We actually have worked with the NRCS already. We've contacted them. They are doing test plots separate from us to see if there are certain species of plants that grow better in Weld County. They're also doing it in a couple other counties. They have told us it's too early within their testing period in order to give us any results, but we have been working with them and they have agreed to give us their information so that if some species grow better than others, we can, ask to swap those out.
Can I ask a question of this person? It would seem very savvy to me that you work with the stakeholder, the gentleman back there, and probably a series of other stakeholders. I think as a scientist, he brought up I can see that he brought up some very good points. And to bring that stakeholder in or stakeholders in to this development process so that they are access to the information that NRCS and the county, and if you use Warner or Parks and Wildlife, and the people who are on that land and have been on that land for a while are very savvy growers. Yeah. And they often have some very good suggestions.
We have been working with them. We've been working with Bijou. I don't actually work for Bijou, so I can't speak for them. I'm their owner's engineer. But I know that they are committed to working with the landowners. They've been, in communication with them and working through some of their issues. And I know they're going to continue to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? And we would ask that you approve this application.
Everybody's been allocated some time for closing argument. If any entity wants to comment briefly, we'd certainly let that happen. If not, then I'm going to close the hearing and we'll.
Yeah. For
It's a good comment.
Yeah, I'll understand if it's really quick.
Jesus.
This is me.
So I just kind of overview, we feel like we've demonstrated both to the state and surrounding landowners that we understand our project, we know the concerns, we're putting measures in place to minimize any sort of potential issues. We pride ourselves at Black Mountain, and this has been one of the discussions that we've had initially with these landowners, is being a good neighbor. We have been working with them. We're committed to still working with them moving forward. I think an important thing to note for us is Black Mountain's very aware of several permits that we have to get down the road. This is our first permit that we will obtain before we can do any sort of ground disturbance. We know we have a USR in front of us. We have, grading permits, stormwater permits. There's several line items that we have to get through in which we need to still work with these landowners on. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we are fully aware of kind of what we have to do in the future, and we're committed to working with these surrounding landowners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I'm going to close the hearing and we'll take a brief recess and then come back and discuss the issue with the board.
How long is the brief?
10 minutes. We got time. pleasure is.
Well, Use that microphone, Mr. Singletary.
Pardon me?
Get to that microphone. It's further away from-
Okay, you,
The reclamation part of it is enough. I would like to see, as I have mentioned, some more issues tackled and looked at and resolved. I think issues have been brought up, and considering the soil types and the wind and the grasses that can grow. I just want to see that that done better and in more detail and have some results. The other parts of it, I'm more comfortable with, but that part is really bad, or you could have erosion from here to eternity and you'll never get that recovered. And not only will you have affected the land that directly, but you'll also have affected the neighbor's land and, possibly the water supplies. So I'm hoping that they will take into account and do more research and do more bringing in those stakeholders, those adjacent stakeholders into the thing. It's not them and those, it's got to be a thing that's together. So this may seem soft and fuzzy, but it isn't soft and fuzzy in reality. I do have some questions. It sure isn't clear cut to me. And I haven't seen the results because the work hasn't been done yet. But there's enough out there that I'm a little uneasy at this point.
I guess I agree that there's some sensitive issues that need to be closely monitored. And particularly the reclamation in this particular soil type. And I think it needs to be done by both Black Mountain and DRMS. I think they need to keep a close eye on that. As well as groundwater, although I think the chances of contamination are pretty minimal. Otherwise, I think the Black Mountain has done a very good job of responding to neighbor concerns. And I think they've met all of the requirements that are necessary to get a permit. Just with that warning that Karen mentioned, and those issues need to be monitored closely. And but otherwise, I think they merit approval of the permit over objections.
Yeah, I would agree with those thoughts. And just again, the reminder that, Mr. Fugate brought up that there are opportunities for more monitoring, more checking in, that Black Mountain brought up that this is just the first of many permits and many other opportunities for them to engage with their neighbors and their stakeholders. And again, I appreciated the dynamic with which all of the parties worked together, talked together, were able to bring up their thoughts and their concerns and their areas of expertise, but keep that, a productive conversation. And just really, if this does move forward, to encourage however you can formalize that together to keep that information flowing, I think does everyone a world of good, and you all learn from each other.
okay, yeah, I concur with most of that. We have a problem in Colorado. We have this great special place, and, we always think the mountains are where it is, and it is. But I've been raised on the Eastern Plains, and the Eastern Plains is a great benefit, and it's a wonderful place, and that's what makes Colorado strong and good, is having that linkage. But we're confronted, all of us, with the problem. We keep getting more people, but we don't have more land. So we've got to be, we've got to move forward, but we've got to be cognizant of our neighbors and what that means. And I see some response to that. I hope you'll hold to your commitment. I really appreciated the other stakeholders' comments and input, and I think it would be valuable to get together a couple times a year and see what things are happening, what could happen. And because you don't know, we need to have an adaptive plan here that changes as time changes and problems change, and because it's not fair for you to come in and take away the quality of life that other people have around you. But I do feel really good about your presentation and sounds like your ears are open and your eyes are open to respond to the needs that are out there. So I think you've qualified for, a permit.
Ready for a motion?
I am.
Okay. I move that we approve 112C amendment application with public objections for Black Mountain Sand Weld LLC, file number M-2018-051.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? If not, all those in agreement with the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, hearing none, motion passes. That it's open for public comment. Yeah, we'll have a minute.
What about, do we want to cover the Fontenary issue?
Well, I was just going to get our public comment if there's
Okay.
any out of the way, then. We can't even go into executive session, thank God, anyway, so. But anyway, I want to know if there's anybody from representing the Fontenary issue that's come to the meeting, and we certainly want to be open to that if they're here. If not, I guess we're at a place where we can adjourn.
Well, I don't know, does the division have a position on a request from the board on the Fontenary motion? And the division's motion to strike, I guess.
This is Scott Schultz with the Colorado Attorney General's Office representing the division. I don't want to belabor this point any longer. Sorry, Chair and Singletary. But I think it probably would be more prudent to deny the motions based solely on the written submittals and support in written opposition to the petitions. That's Rule 2.9.3. Otherwise, again, there is the automatic denial petition under 2.9.4, but that's within 60 days of receipt of the petition. There was another motion filed yesterday at 3:00. That request was to have all the motions heard at the November hearing. We're here today. I was ready to address them all. So I think the more prudent approach would be to deny the motions given the written submittals. So that's my request.
What do other board members think?
I agree that we should deny the petition.
You want a motion then?
Yeah, but I don't think I can start the motion.
No, I just ask if you need one, and if there is, I'll try and get Forrest to do it.
And I'm open to any questions that the board may have regarding this matter as well.
I don't have the information in front of me to make a motion. Would it be sufficient just to say we deny the Fontenary motions?
I think, yeah, denying the Fontenary motions based on 2.9.3.
Yeah.
Based on what?
2.3.
And the quote is, the board may grant or deny the petition based solely on the written submittal in support of the petition or written opposition thereto. I did file a motion last week. I think I tried to cover all of the issues that were raised by Mr. Fontenary's attorney, Mr. Henderson. So I would request that the board deny Fontenary's position based on Rule 2.9.3.
Or do you want to take a look at the rule? I've got it here if it helps.
Okay.
So let's see.
So I would make a motion that we deny the Fontenary motions based on Rule 2.9.3.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, your motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience.
Unless there's objection, we will stand adjourned.